Chapter 875. Lu Ping even suspected that if it wasn't for the strict rule that high-grade pill furnaces weren't allowed in the pill pavilion's examination, it wouldn't be surprising if someone took out a high-grade pill furnace at the start of the third examination. Naturally, these pill refiners wouldn't have high-grade pill furnaces. However, their teachers and the forces they represented might be able to take out a high-grade pill furnace. Although Zhenling only wanted to reward the top 10 pill refiners, the top 20 would be qualified to listen to the lectures of the various pill refinement masters in the pill pavilion. They might even have the opportunity to receive pointers from grandmasters like Tianlu Laozu and Tianqin Laozu. This was specially prepared by Zhenling for the outstanding pill refinement masters who participated in the examination. The duration of the examination was about 1 year. Regardless of whether they were disciples of Zhenling or cultivators from the subordinate forces, the top 20 in the pill pavilion's examination would qualify. When these people raised the flames they controlled, the spectating cultivators in the plaza cried out in surprise again. Originally, most of these 32 people were only using some ordinary beast flames, spiritual energy flames, and fire seeds that were a level higher than ordinary flames. Now, when these 32 people lit up their flames, the weakest of the 32 flames was the beast fire of a mid or late blood condensation realm demonic beast. Some of the flames even came from core forging realm demonic beasts. These flames were of a higher grade than some of the special flames of heaven and earth. The few core forging realm pill refiners didn't have such a beast fire, but the blood condensation realm pill refiners also had this kind of beast fire. It was obvious that they didn't own it. Other than that, there were a few special flames of heaven and earth. Tian Yu had been using a special flame in the previous examination. It was given to him by Hu Lili a long time ago. Hu Lili had told Lu Ping about this beforehand. It was something she obtained from a cultivator who had returned from an expedition in the outer endless sea. Although this special flame was good for concocting pills, Lu Ping naturally didn't need it. Hu Lili also knew that Lu Ping valued Tian Yu, so she gave it to Tian Yu. Lu Ping didn't mind seeing Tian Yu continue to use this kind of flame, but perfected Master Shen Fang, who was talking to Master Li Yangshan, couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he didn't say anything. In addition, the appearance of 3 profound class heaven and earth spirit fires set off a climax in the pill pavilion's major exam. Although these flames were all at the low to mid grade of profound class, heaven and earth spirit fires were the most suitable flames for alchemy. Even if they were more suitable for refining tools, the effect of alchemy was still better than most heaven and earth spirit fires. Moreover, these 3 mystic-grade spirit fires were in the hands of the 3 pill refinement masters who maintained a success rate of more than 50% in the late blood condensation realm. Many cultivators were filled with anticipation. Many of them believed that the outcome of the exam would be decided today. Tian Yu looked at the 3 heaven and earth spiritual fires and was slightly surprised. Then, a trace of regret appeared on his face. The difficulty of the half-step core forging realm pills varied greatly due to the number of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs used and the higher requirements of the pill refinement masters. Even though there were slight differences between the late blood condensation realm pills, the difference was not big enough to affect the fairness of the competition. Even if some cultivators drew pills with different difficulties, they could only complain about their bad luck. The previous method of Zhenling was to choose as many half-step core forging realm pill recipes as possible. Then, the pill refinement masters would draw randomly. Finally, the pill refinement success rate would be used to determine the level of their pill refinement skills. However, Lu Ping was quite dissatisfied with this method. After that, he personally went to Tianlu Laozu and took out the 7-step marked pill recipe he obtained from the East Sea. Tianlu Laozu immediately approved of his suggestion. This time, all the pill refinement masters would refine the 7-step marked pill at the same time. After the examiners saw the 7-step marked pill recipe, they all agreed with Lu Ping's proposal. Because of this, Lu Ping extorted a batch of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs from Tianlu Laozu. Daoist Shen Yang, who was in charge of the pill pavilion's spiritual herb treasury, had a dark expression on his face. However, Lu Ping's 7-step marked pill was indeed unique. Taking out this pill recipe could be said to benefit many pill refinement masters. It was only natural for him to obtain a batch of spiritual herbs from the sect to make up for it. Strictly speaking, the 7-step marked pill also had the meaning of 7 lines. When the pill was formed, 7 lines would appear on the surface of the spirit pill. Unless one purposely chased after the perfect 7 veined patterns, it was extremely rare for one to fail. Even if one couldn't concoct a pill with 5 or 6 veined patterns, it wasn't difficult to concoct a pill with 3 or 4 veined patterns. However, a pill with 3 or 4 veined patterns was only comparable to a late blood condensation realm pill. This proved that this cultivator wasn't qualified to concoct a half-step core forging realm pill. In fact, a 7-step marked pill could only be considered a half-step core forging realm spirit pill if it had more than 4 lines. It would also play a role in helping cultivators advance to the core forging realm. Once a 7-step marked pill was refined, one would only be 1 step away from a true core forging realm spirit pill. In the past, when Lu Ping and Chu Shenting competed to refine a 7-step marked pill, Chu Shenting originally thought that if Lu Ping could refine a 5 or 6 line spirit pill, it would be good enough. However, she didn't expect Lu Ping to also refine a 7-step marked pill. This caused Chu Shenting to dispel her contempt. In fact, at that time, Lu Ping didn't even show his true alchemy skills. He didn't refine a 7-step marked pill at all. Lu Ping asked all 33 alchemists to refine a 7-step marked pill. Based on the lines on the pills, one could easily determine the level of the alchemist's alchemy skills. Even if the same lines appeared, the alchemist's success rate would determine the level of the alchemist's alchemy skills. At the same time, Lu Ping passed down the medicinal pellet recipe, which was extremely precious to blood condensation realm cultivators. It was also a reward for the 33 alchemists for passing the 3rd round of the exam. As one of the best medicinal pellets in the cultivation world that could help a cultivator advance to the core forging realm, the 33 alchemists were very grateful to Lu Ping's medicinal pellet recipe. The only unfortunate thing was that the appearance of the 7-step marked pill seemed to make the 4th day's alchemist self-selection spirit pill irrelevant. However, in this exam, there were a few alchemists who announced that they wanted to break through to the alchemy grandmaster level. Because of this, there were a lot of variables. The difficulty of refining the 7-step marked pill increased the time it took for the pills to come out of the furnace. By the time the pills reached the core condensation stage, the alchemy grandmasters could basically distinguish the alchemist's alchemy skills. The first to open the furnace were 17 alchemists. Although these 17 alchemists had different success rates, they only managed to refine 2 or 3 lines. Obviously, they didn't have the qualifications to refine a half-step core forging realm pill. It was a great pity. Next were the 8 alchemists who refined the 7-step marked pill with 4 lines. Although the quality of their pills was the same, according to the different success rates, these 7 alchemists could still be ranked. In fact, it was just to separate the 9th and 10th alchemists. As for the others, there was no need to separate them. In any case, the top 20 alchemists had the qualifications to enter the pill pavilion and learn from the alchemy grandmasters. The remaining 8 alchemists were the 9 alchemists who had the highest success rate yesterday. 4 of them refined the 7-step marked pill with 5 lines. Among the remaining 4, 3 were alchemists who used heaven and earth spirit fires. The only one who didn't use a spirit fire was Qian Yu. After a while, an alchemist who used a middle-grade and low-grade mystic-ranked spirit fire also opened his furnace. One of them refined 4 7-step marked pills with 6 lines, while the other refined 3. This kind of alchemy skill and success rate were already considered very good among the quasi-grandmasters. Although Lu Ping didn't know these 2 alchemists, he saw that they had asked Daoist Shen Yu and Daoist Shen Dian for guidance after the exam 2 days ago. He guessed that they should be their disciples. They were also one of the few early 3rd-generation core forging disciples in this exam. At this time, one of the 2 alchemists was Qian Yu, and the other surprised Lu Ping. It was actually the little female cultivator who had almost burned her furnace in fright when he left the field to patrol on the first day of the exam. After a while, the 2 opened their furnaces one after another. 7-step marked pills with 7 lines flew out of the furnace. Tian Yu only refined 2 pills, but the little female cultivator refined 3 pills. At this moment, all the cultivators watching the exam were in an uproar. Because Lu Ping suggested using the 7-step marked pill for the third exam, the entire refining process and the result could be seen at a glance. Even a layman who didn't understand alchemy could see that Pill Pavilion's Qian Yu, who everyone had placed their hopes on, had actually lost to an unknown little female cultivator. For a moment, all the cultivators present, including Lu Ping, became interested in this little female cultivator. Unfortunately, they discovered that they knew nothing about her identity. Only then did they realize that she wasn't an alchemist from Pill Pavilion, but someone from Zhenling's subsidiary faction. Brother Yang Shan, it's true that a famous master produces a brilliant disciple. Your disciple really shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Even our Pill Pavilion's alchemists are inferior to your disciple. Daoist Xian Fang chuckled as he congratulated Grandmaster Li Yangshan. Daoist Xian Fang and Grandmaster Li Yangshan were similar in age, cultivation, and alchemy. Moreover, they sat together on the stage and interacted frequently. Daoist Xian Fang already knew that this little female cultivator was Grandmaster Li Yangshan's brilliant disciple. Only now did people realize that this shy little girl was actually the disciple of the North Sea's famous alchemy Grandmaster. What was rare was that she also had such outstanding talent in alchemy. You're too kind. My disciple only relied on the profound grade spirit fire in her hand. If not for that, how could she have defeated martial nephew Tian Yu? On the third day of the exam, there seemed to be some unexpected developments, and the cultivators who were watching the exam had a lot to talk about. This female cultivator named Pei Yanger also made the eyes of the entire Pill Pavilion's exam light up. However, because a few alchemists were determined to break through to the core forging stage on the last day of the exam, there was a trace of suspense in this exam. Chapter 876. On the fourth day, Grandmaster Lu Shenping waved his brush and all the alchemists with less than 4 lines were disqualified. Even the 2 alchemists ranked 9th and 10th were disqualified. In Grandmaster Lu Xuanping's words, cultivators who had just reached the level of half-step core forging shouldn't waste any more spiritual herbs. Only the last 8 cultivators participated in the final assessment. The competition was mainly focused on the top 4 alchemists. This was because the last 4 alchemists still chose half-step core forging pills. 2 of them even planned to refine 7-step mark pills. The top 4 alchemists decided to break through to the core forging stage on the last day to fight for the qualification to become an alchemy grandmaster. Daoist Shen Dian's disciple planned to refine the azure wood pill. It was the simplest type of core forging pill. Similar to it were the blue water pill, white gold pill, scarlet fire pill, yellow earth pill, cold ice pill, and clear wind pill. These 7 types of pills were the first choice for alchemists to advance to the grandmaster rank. Daoist Xian Yu's disciple chose the scarlet fire pill. Lu Ping could see clearly from the side. The former chose the azure wood pill because he cultivated a wood attribute cultivation method. The latter chose the scarlet fire pill because he had a fire attribute cultivation method. The little female cultivator, Pei Yang chose the cold ice pellet. Although it was a surprise to Lu Ping, when he saw a small porcelain bottle of cold ice water among the spirit herbs she chose, he immediately understood the reason. This spirit ice water had the effect of increasing the success rate of refining ice attribute spirit pills for core forging realm cultivators. Although it couldn't compare to the amethyst honey, it was still rare. With this item in hand, this little female cultivator naturally chose to refine the cold ice pill. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators let out a low cry. Lu Ping frowned and turned to look at Tian Yu. He saw that this kid actually took out a new flame. Geocentric molten flame, mid-grade profound level. Lu Ping looked at enlightened Master Shen Fang. Naturally, Lu Ping was very familiar with this geocentric molten flame. It was a treasure that he had obtained from Flying Spirit Island's crafting hall. After that, this spiritual fire somehow ended up in Daoist Master Shen Fang's hands. Back in the True Spirit Side Courtyard's grand competition, Daoist Master Shen Fang had used this spiritual fire to challenge Lu Ping's alchemy skills. Now that it was in Tian Yu's hands, it was obvious that Daoist Master Shen Fang was secretly supporting him. No wonder this brat had such an ugly expression when he saw his opponents take out their spiritual fire yesterday. It turned out that he was regretting his carelessness. The geocentric molten flame was a type of flame with a violent nature. Compared to alchemy, it was actually more suitable for refining tools. However, a spirit flame that was not suitable for alchemy would still be more effective than other flames in alchemy. There was no doubt that Tian Yu's alchemy skills had improved because of this spirit flame. While the surrounding cultivators exclaimed in low voices, they were naturally secretly happy. Yesterday, Pei Yang a little female cultivator, had taken first place. This made the disciples of Zhenling feel very regretful. Now that they saw the Pill Pavilion's most outstanding participant in the exam, Tian Yu also took out a spiritual fire of heaven and earth. This made the disciples of Zhenling, who hoped that the Pill Pavilion could take first place again, very excited. This time, Tian Yu was concocting a blue water pellet, not the azure wood pellet that Lu Ping had expected. Tian Yu cultivated a wood elemental cultivation technique, so he was quite experienced in cultivating spirit herbs. He was also very sensitive to the transformation of medicinal properties of spirit herbs. This was also one of the main reasons why he was able to rise in the pellet pavilion. After the alchemy started, there was not much difference between the four of them. Although Tian Yu and Pei Yang talent in alchemy was higher than the other two, their experience in alchemy was obviously lower. Looking at the other two's proficiency in alchemy, it was obvious that they had made a lot of preparations for core forging stage pills in private. In contrast, Tian Yu and Pei Yang seemed to be a little shaky. However, Tian Yu and Pei Yang perception of the transformation of the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs in the furnace was far better than the other two. Their control of the fire and the use of fire-controlling hand seals were not as good as the other two, but they grasped the timing of the changes in the fire very accurately. As the alchemy process continued, Tian Yu and Pei Yang who were originally a little less experienced, gradually caught up and even surpassed the other two. At this time, Lu Ping could basically see that the other two had no chance of forming the pills. Although they were very proficient in the hand seals, they were too lacking in the timing of the transformation of the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs in the furnace and the timing of the changes in the fire. The medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs were not stimulated enough. After entering the core condensation stage, the pills would gradually collapse. On the contrary, if Tian Yu and Pei Yang did the right thing at the last moment, they still had a chance of forming one or two pills. Seeing that Lu Ping was in low spirits, perfected Xian Yu, who was next to him, asked, "What's wrong? You don't have much hope." Although he knew that one of the two cultivators was perfected Xian Yu's disciple, Lu Ping still nodded and said, "The two at the front still have a glimmer of hope, but the two at the back probably won't have much of a chance." Perfected Xian Yang, who was next to him, was a little skeptical when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Although perfected Xian Yu couldn't tell, he believed most of Lu Ping's words, and a trace of disappointment inevitably appeared on his face. When Lu Ping saw perfected Xian Yu's expression, he comforted him. Actually, these two junior brothers are only one step away from becoming Grandmaster alchemists. It's just that their talent is slightly inferior to Tian Yu and Pei Yang. After the big exam, give them more pointers and give them a few furnaces of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs for practice. I think within 3 to 5 years, our sect will have 2 more Grandmasters alchemists. Perfected Xian Yu nodded and didn't say anything more. At this time, there were already people opening their furnaces on the square. Whether it was the quality or the success rate of the pills, there wasn't much difference compared to yesterday's. It could be seen that the 7-step marked pill was indeed a kind of pill that was extremely suitable for the Pill Pavilion's big exam. Several Grandmasters were considering whether they should cancel the 4th free alchemy event in the future and only leave it for those disciples who wanted to become Grandmaster alchemists. They could even set the threshold higher. At the very least, they had to refine a 6-step marked pill before they were qualified to break through to the core forging stage, so as to avoid wasting the sect's spiritual herbs. Just as the few cultivators who were refining half-step core forging stage pills finished their furnaces, the 4 Grandmasters also entered the stage of pill condensation. As Lu Ping expected, Perfected Shen Dian's disciple and Perfected Shen Yu's disciple had their pills collapse one after the other, causing the surrounding Zhenling disciples to be greatly disappointed. The two alchemists also looked at their furnaces in dismay. Everyone's eyes were focused on the last two people. Lu Ping's expression was calm, as if he had already expected the result of the competition between the two. The other grandmasters, on the other hand, seemed somewhat nervous. At this time, Pei Yang suddenly opened a small gap in her furnace. The cultivators outside the square were in an uproar. This was the critical moment of pill condensation. Pill qi was being condensed, so if she opened the furnace, wouldn't all her previous efforts be in vain? The grandmasters knew that Pei Yang had a spirit treasure that could increase the success rate of pill condensation and wanted to put it into the furnace. This was the perfect time. Sure enough, Pei Yang pushed her hands forward, and in an extremely ingenious manner, she used a spirit sealing technique to force the overflowing pill qi back into the furnace. Then, she poured a large amount of spirit ice water into the furnace. This beautiful pill control technique won the cheers of all the cultivators present. Even the few alchemy grandmasters were quite impressed. At the same time, Tianyu also opened his furnace. He picked out a few drops of viscous liquid from a jade bottle and flew into the furnace. This was the purple crystal honey that the grandmasters of the pill pavilion were very familiar with. At this time, the grandmasters already knew that these two people would most likely be able to refine pills for the core forging stage. Two grandmasters were about to be born in front of everyone. The last time Zhenling directly became an alchemist in the major examination was hundreds of years ago, when Lyra Laozu was born. Taking advantage of this last moment, Perfected Shen Yu asked Lu Ping, "Martial nephew Lu, this time, what reward did you prepare for the first place?" As soon as Perfected Shen Yu asked this question, the alchemists present all pricked up their ears. Although Lu Ping was the chief examiner, the reward he gave was naturally the highest. It also depended on the grade of the reward. If the first place's reward was not high, then the examiners would naturally be happy to follow behind. If the first place's reward was high, then the examiners behind would naturally be willing to bleed. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Didn't there already be news a few days ago? This time, I will definitely reward the first place heavily. As for the rest of the martial uncles, you can decide according to your discretion." The grandmasters were startled. They didn't expect Lu Ping to be so straightforward. Could it be that the rumors a few days ago had really forced this martial nephew to the cliff? The grandmasters of the pill pavilion glanced at Perfected Shen Jing without anyone noticing. At this time, at the corner of Perfected Shen Jing's mouth, of course, at this time, the sneer on Perfected Shen Jing's face could not be hidden from Lu Ping. In all likelihood, the rumors from that day were related to this old fellow. Perfected Shen Yu seemed to feel that this was not simple, so he continued to ask, "Then what treasure does martial nephew intend to reward the first place with?" Lu Ping said without hesitation, "If Tianyu is first, then it will be a mystic-level high-grade spiritual fire. If Pei Yang is first, then it will be a high-grade alchemy furnace." The grandmasters were instantly shocked. Spiritual fire of heaven and earth. High-grade alchemy furnace? Did they hear wrongly? How could the reward be so ridiculous? Then what kind of reward should we offer? Mystic-level mid-grade spiritual fire? Mystic-level alchemy furnace? It wasn't that they couldn't afford these things, but to them, it was really cutting off their own flesh. Don't be fooled by the fact that these grandmasters had earth-grade spiritual fires and high-grade alchemy furnaces at the pill exhibition. However, those things either belonged to their sects or they had cultivated for hundreds of years to accumulate. If they were to take out other spiritual fires and alchemy furnaces, it would really not be an easy task. The gazes that swept towards Perfected Shen Jing began to become less friendly. Perfected Shen Jing's face also turned from green to white, and then from white to black. He had miscalculated. He had forgotten that this guy was the famous Many Treasures boy. But even a Many Treasures boy wouldn't be so wasteful. It was just a pill pavilion's examination, so why did he have to take out such a high reward? Perfected Shen Jing cursed in his heart. His eyes flickered as he wondered if he could lower the standard of the reward. He was currently in a tight spot. In order to break through to the late stage of the core forging realm, not only had his wealth shrunk, but he also owed a lot of people. If it wasn't for his identity as an alchemy grandmaster, he was afraid that people would not lend him these things. At this time, perfected Xian Yu once again said to Lu Ping, "Martial nephew Lu, isn't this reward a bit too high? How can it be divided into men and women?" Chapter 877. Is it high? With a strange expression on his face, Lu Ping asked, "These two are about to finish their golden core and will soon become grandmaster alchemists. They are both rare geniuses in the cultivation world, so it's only right to reward them with these things. As for male and female, it's not that I'm biased. Originally, I wanted to reward them with a high-grade alchemy furnace, but I didn't expect them to refine pills of the core forging stage, so I changed the reward method at the last minute." Reverend Li Yangshan listened curiously. He really wanted his disciple to win first place, not for anything else, but just the high-grade alchemy furnace promised by Grandmaster Lu Shenping made his heart beat faster. No matter what, it would be better than his old alchemy furnace. Reverend Li Yangshan quickly followed Reverend Xian Yu's words and asked, "Reverend Lu, may I ask, why did you change the reward method?" Although Reverend Li Yangshan could not wait for the high-grade alchemy furnace to fall into his disciple's hands, he still asked Lu Ping respectfully. Except for Reverend Shen Fang and Li Yangshan, the examiners present were all elders of Lu Ping. However, when Lu Ping talked and laughed in front of these people, none of the alchemy masters dared to put on airs in front of him. Naturally, Reverend Li Yangshan could see it clearly. Moreover, few people in the North Sea had not heard of Reverend Lu Xuanping's illustrious name, so Reverend Li Yangshan was extremely respectful to this cultivator of the same generation. Lu Ping laughed and said, "It's fine if they haven't obtained the title of alchemy master, but if they do, at least Tian Yu will be qualified to control a high-grade alchemy furnace because he is a disciple of the Elixir Pavilion. In this case, I might as well reward him with a spiritual fire, so that he won't have to worry about holding two high-grade alchemy furnaces." 2 high-grade alchemy furnaces. Reverend Li Yangshan was conflicted. He had long heard that Zhenling had the potential to conquer the North Sea. It seemed that the other sects in the North Sea really could not compare with Reverend Shen Fang. Previously, Reverend Li Yangshan had invited him several times to become an outer sect elder of Zhenling. Should he become an outer sect elder? At least he could get Yang the identity of an inner sect disciple of Zhenling, and maybe he could get Zhenling's strong support in the future. But Li Yangshan sighed softly. At this moment, the scene suddenly fell silent. Pei Yang and Tian Yu had already opened their furnaces and taken out their pills. Grandmaster Li Yanshan's attention was also drawn to them. A frigid ice pill flew out of Pei Yang's cauldron and was put into a jade bottle by the excited little female cultivator. On the other side, 2 blue water pills flew out of Tian Yu's cauldron. The Pill Pavilion's plaza was filled with thunderous cheers. Not only was it for the 2 new alchemy grandmasters, but it was also because Tian Yu had finally obtained the first place in the exam. In the end, this position was not occupied by an external alchemist. Tian Yu smiled apologetically at Pei Yang. If he hadn't used the purple crystal honey at the last moment, it would have been hard to determine the outcome of this alchemy. Although Pei Yang seemed to have used a spiritual treasure that could increase the success rate, it couldn't be compared to the purple crystal honey. On the other hand, Pei Yang was not disappointed because she had lost the first place. She was still immersed in her excitement to be able to become an alchemy grandmaster like her teacher, perfected Li Yangshan. Reverend Li Yangshan, on the other hand, looked regretful. He had missed the high-grade furnace. The results of the Pellet Pavilion's examination were clear at a glance, so Lu Ping didn't delay any longer. Without hesitation, he immediately entered the reward distribution stage. The top 10 alchemy masters were rewarded. Although it was just a sum of spirit stones and spirit herbs, it was a considerable amount. Of course, what was even more exciting was the reward given by the 9 examiners. Unfortunately, there was no reward for the 10th place, because there were only 9 examiners. Although Lu Ping had informed the other alchemy masters, no one knew what treasures the examiners were going to give. Even the 9 alchemy masters were looking forward to it. Tian Yu was startled. He realized it was Reverend Lu Shenping. Reverend Lu Shenping was going to reward him. Tian Yu hurried forward and bowed. "Greetings, Uncle Master Lu." Lu Ping nodded. "I've seen your hard work. To be able to become the first alchemy master among the fourth-generation disciples, you've far exceeded my expectations." Lu Ping flipped his palm. A sky-blue flame burned quietly in Lu Ping's palm. Gasps could be heard all around. A heaven and earth spiritual fire. It was a heaven and earth spiritual fire. Reverend Lu Xuanping's reward for the first place was a heaven and earth spiritual fire. And from the looks of it, it should be a mystic high-grade heaven and earth spiritual fire. Although the alchemy masters knew that Lu Ping was going to reward Tian Xian with a mystic high-grade heaven and earth spiritual fire, they were still surprised when they saw the indigo spirit fire. Especially Reverend Li Yangshan. The heaven and earth spiritual fire he controlled was only a mystic high-grade heaven and earth spiritual fire. Moreover, the thunderbolt flame was more violent. How could it compare to the indigo spirit fire, which was the most suitable for alchemy? The other alchemy masters were not surprised by the quality of the indigo spirit fire, but by the indigo spirit fire itself. Most of them knew that Lu Ping's rise in alchemy was due to the inheritance of a rogue alchemy master. This indigo spirit fire was the most important inheritance of that rogue alchemy master. This indigo spirit fire was of great significance to Lu Ping. There was a tradition in the alchemy world, which was to value a alchemy master's first inheritance. This was because the existence of this inheritance usually meant the continuation of the alchemy master's inheritance. The indigo spirit fire was undoubtedly the best inheritance for Lu Ping. Lu Ping's alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds. From the indigo spirit fire to the mysterious heaven-burning spirit fire, to the eastern purple chi flame, the crimson spirit fire, and the silver spirit fire, there were many alchemy masters that were of a higher grade than the indigo spirit fire. However, Lu Ping had never abandoned the lowest grade indigo spirit fire. But now, Lu Ping was going to reward the indigo spirit fire to Tian Yu. The alchemy masters looked at each other and then looked at Tian Yu with an expression that said, "This kid is so lucky." Tian Yu had no idea what the indigo spirit fire meant to Lu Ping. He was so excited that he carefully received the heaven and earth spirit fire that now belonged to him. He did not notice the strange looks that the other alchemy masters were giving him. This was the first heaven and earth spirit fire that he had obtained. Previously, the earth core flame was only lent to him by Sage Shen Fang for the Elixir Pavilion's assessment. It was not his. But now, this indigo spirit fire truly belonged to him. Moreover, the earth core flame could not be compared to the indigo spirit fire in terms of fire seed quality or alchemy. Lu Ping looked at Tian Yu, who was playing with the indigo spirit fire in his hand. He suddenly asked, "Tian Yu, have you refined the pill formula that I gave you?" "Pill formula?" Tian Yu's body trembled. In the forbidden area of Yingshan Immortal Academy's back mountain, Sage Lu Xuanping's mount, Sage Dague, Sage Lucina, and an unfamiliar little girl appeared in front of Tian Yu. Could this be real? Lu Ping saw that Tian Yu seemed to have turned into stone after he asked the question. Tian Yu's mind actually started to wander. This fella was really a weirdo. Why? Did you forget? Or did you not refine it? Tian Yu quivered. Only then did he remember who was standing in front of him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. This was real, this was real. Tian Yu could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. His hands trembled as he took out the 3 jade bottles from his storage bag. He knelt in front of Lu Ping and said, "Disciple does not dare to forget. Disciple has already refined the essence expanding pill, meridian toughening pill, and pure blood pill. Disciple hopes that Martial Uncle can inspect them." At this moment, everyone felt that something was wrong with the situation. When they saw Tian Yu suddenly kneeling in front of Lu Ping as a disciple, the entire Pill Pavilion Plaza instantly burst into an uproar. Sage Lu Shenping, who had not had a disciple to inherit his legacy, was going to accept a disciple for the first time? Or did this fella want to become Sage Lu Xuanping's disciple by getting first place in the Pill Pavilion examination? The uproar of hundreds of people instantly died down. The entire plaza was completely silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Tian Yu and Sage Lu Shenping, who were kneeling on the ground. Beads of sweat flowed down Tian Yu's hair to the ground. Tian Yu's eyes did not dare to wander. He stared at the ground in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping laughed. He took the 3 jade bottles from Tian Yu's hands and poured out an elixir from each of them. Then, he returned the jade bottles to Tian Yu and said, "Get up." It is rare for disciples of the Zhonghua lineage to perform such a grand ceremony. You have refined these 3 elixirs. In the future, you will be my disciple. You only need to be respectful in your heart. This was it. He became Sage Lu Xuanping's disciple so easily. The surrounding cultivators originally wanted to watch an exciting show, but they did not expect perfected Lu Shenping to finish the act so easily. However, Tian Yu was immersed in great joy at this moment. To be able to become Sage Lu Xuanping's disciple, the so-called first place in the Pill Pavilion and the other rewards were no longer important. No, this azure spiritual fire, I can't lose this azure spiritual fire. I would rather die than lose it. This was a legacy. That's right, back then, Reverend Lu Shenping, no, it was teacher. Back then, when teacher became an alchemist, it was said that it was because of this blue spirit fire. This was a legacy item. Teacher had passed on his alchemy inheritance to Lin Fan. At this moment, Tian Yu finally understood the true meaning of Lu Ping rewarding him with the azure spiritual fire. Seeing that Tian Yu understood his meaning, Lu Ping couldn't help but laugh. Since you have refined these 3 elixirs and have a 7-step marked pill, your cultivation has also reached the peak of the blood condensation realm. It is only a matter of time before you advance to the core forging realm. Tian Yu finally calmed down. He kept the azure spiritual fire and listened attentively to Lu Ping's words. Lu Ping saw that Tian Yu was still able to maintain his composure after experiencing such great joy. He nodded in his heart and said, "Although you are already a disciple of the Hearing Wave Manor, you can only formally acknowledge me as your master after you advance to the core forging realm. During this period of time, you should focus on tempering your cultivation. After that, go into closed-door cultivation on Huangli Island. Disciple will remember." Lu Ping nodded his head in satisfaction. He smiled and said, "Since you have refined the azure spiritual fire, you are already the sect's 10th Grandmaster Alchemist. You have the right to control a high-grade pill furnace in the Pill Pavilion. This is also the reason why I gave you the azure spiritual fire but didn't prepare a pill furnace for you. Remember to collect it yourself. Don't be like me, who only found out about this privilege after becoming an alchemist for many years." Chapter 878. Although Lu Ping was joking, the dissatisfaction in his words was heard clearly by Perfected Shen Yang and the other 2. Perfected Shen Yu also knew about this matter. Although he blamed the 3 of them for getting caught in their own trap, he did not want them to lose face, so he smiled and said, "Martial nephew Lu, you must be joking. Nowadays, who would dare to slight your disciple? However, martial nephew, you've just become a teacher, so as your martial uncle, I have to show my sincerity." Lu Ping stopped Perfected Shen Yu, who was about to take out a gift for Tian Yu, and said with a smile, "Right now, it's just a confirmation of his status. In the future, when he officially becomes my disciple, it won't be too late for martial uncle to give him a gift. Right now, it's more important to reward the alchemist." Perfected Shen Yu knew that Lu Ping was just taking the opportunity to grumble, so he hurriedly patted his head and pretended to have forgotten. He said, "Isn't this all because of you, martial nephew? You suddenly came up with this. I almost forgot the most important thing today." Having said that, he waved at the little female cultivator, Pei Yang and said, "Little friend Pei Yang come over here." Her master, Master Li Yangshan, and Perfected Shen Fang were friends of the same generation. Pei Yang stepped forward and said, "Disciple Pei Yang greets martial uncle." Perfected Shen Yu laughed and took out a wooden box from his storage Dharma artifact. He said, "Your martial uncle Lu Shenping is rich and imposing, I can't compare to him. Your alchemy skills are not inferior to Tian Yu's, and you're also a Grandmaster Alchemist. Moreover, you call me martial uncle, so no matter what, the old man must give you something decent." Daoist Shen Yu opened the wooden box, and inside was an exquisite jade hairpin. Daoist Shen Yu reluctantly looked away from the jade hairpin and placed the wooden box in Pei Yang Er's hands. He said, although this jade hairpin is not a good magic treasure, the 2 enchantments it has condensed can not only be used as a defensive magic treasure in times of crisis, but this jade hairpin can also be used to store vital energy for a short period of time. In the future, when you need to refine a pill that consumes a lot of vital energy, you can store a part of it first. When your vital energy is exhausted during the process of refining the pill, you can take that part of vital energy back into your body and continue to use it. However, this jade hairpin can only store vital energy for a short period of time. For Pei Yang Er, who was a rogue cultivator and had yet to advance to the core forging stage, a defensive magic treasure with 2 restrictions was already rare and valuable. However, this jade hairpin had the ability to store true essence, so it could truly be regarded as a rare treasure. Most alchemists, when compared to cultivators of the same level, often had weak strength and insufficient true essence. After all, there were very few people like Lu Ping and Tianqin Laozu, who had both alchemy and strength. And because of this jade hairpin that could store true essence was even more precious. Pei Yang Er was obviously very fond of this jade hairpin. She thanked Daoist Shen Yu and happily returned to Grandmaster Li Yenshan's side. When Daoist Shen Yang arrived, he took out the jade slips that he had accumulated over hundreds of years of cultivation and gave them to the 3rd-place disciple of Daoist Shen Yu to copy. This spirit grass book could be said to be Daoist Shen Yang's growth manual. There might not be any pill recipes inside, but there were all kinds of Daoist Shen Yang's experiences in alchemy, as well as all kinds of spirit grasses that he had seen over the past hundreds of years. It could be said to be half of an alchemy grandmaster's inheritance. This was not a small reward. Usually, alchemists would only pass on these things to their disciples, and some would even choose only one disciple to pass on. Daoist Shen Yu naturally knew the importance of this spirit grass book. In surprise and joy, he quickly ordered his disciple to bow and thank Daoist Shen Yang. When it came to Daoist Shen Jing, Lu Ping's mocking gaze never left him. Daoist Shen Jing and Chonghua and Xiao Yarrow were not on good terms. When Lu Ping entered Chonghua Palace, Daoist Shen Jing had made things difficult for him. Because of this, Tianlin Laozu's disciple had even offended his superior and caused a scene with Daoist Shen Jing. Now that Liu Tianling Laozu was in charge of the sect, it was not good for Lu Ping to directly cause trouble with Daoist Shen Jing, but it was inevitable that he would secretly ridicule Daoist Shen Jing. Just as Daoist Shen Jing stood up, he heard a he sneer in his ear. He turned around and glared at Lu Ping, but saw that Lu Ping had already turned his head and seemed to be pointing at Tian Yu, who was standing behind him. The disciple who won 4th place was Daoist Shen Dian's disciple. This disciple naturally knew that the martial uncle in front of him was famous for being stingy, so he didn't expect him to give him anything good. Although he felt a little regretful, he could only do so. Daoist Shen Jing was really in a difficult position at this time. First, he was punished by Fornax Laozu to refine pills for the sect for free because of the soul-stealing secret technique. As a result, he didn't have any income for decades. Then, he borrowed money to advance to the late stage of core forging. Now, he really didn't have any good things on him. The small items that he had prepared were enough for the previous pill pavilion examinations, but today's situation had obviously put Lu Ping in a difficult position. Senior brother Shen Yang had even taken out his own spirit grass catalogue and made a copy of it for the disciple who had won the prize. Who knew how much hatred this senior brother would have for this disciple? Daoist Shen Jing clenched his teeth and took out a mid-grade pill furnace from his storage magic tool and handed it to Daoist Shen Dian's disciple. When Daoist Shen Fang saw Daoist Shen Jing take out this mid-grade pill furnace, he couldn't help but stare blankly. This pill furnace was something that Daoist Shen Jing had asked for from his disciple, Daoist Shen Fang. Originally, he wanted to give it to a new disciple who had just entered Daoist Shen Jing's tutelage. He didn't think that Daoist Shen Jing would take it out here. Daoist Shen Fang looked at his teacher helplessly. His teacher was extremely narrow-minded and often held grudges against those who had offended him. This kind of grudge was extremely difficult to erase, but it was undeniable that Daoist Shen Fang treated his own people extremely well. Even if that person later developed a great dislike for him, Daoist Xian Fang still treated them extremely well, just like Uncle Master Tian Qin. After that, the rewards were uneventful. The Pill Pavilion examinations ended in several unexpected situations. However, 2 Pill Masters had suddenly appeared in Zhenling's examinations. Furthermore, one of them had actually been accepted as a disciple by the Water Sword Immortal, who had never accepted a disciple before. When the news spread, the unknown Pill Master Tian Yu had already become a hot rising star in Zhenling, and even the entire North Sea's cultivation world. The generous rewards given by the Pill Pavilion examiners in Zhenling also caused everyone in Zhenling to talk about it enthusiastically. Only the Pill Pavilion examiners had a lot of complaints about this. With this precedent set, the Pill Pavilion examinations in the future would be a journey of financial loss for every Pill Pavilion examiner. However, this would probably motivate even more Pill Masters to work hard and improve themselves. The Pill Pavilion examiners could only use this as an excuse to lose money. In reality, the Pill Pavilion was more lively than ever before. Every Pill Master had thrown themselves into the training of pill refinement with an unprecedented passion. Of course, the price for this was that the Pill Pavilion's reserves of spirit herbs were decreasing at a far faster rate than before. Tian Yu's high-rank pill furnace was already in his hands. Although Zhenling's high-rank pill furnaces were rare, with the expansion of Zhenling's influence, the development of the spirit mines on Frost Island, and the relocation of the Mirror Spirit Mine to the Yingshu Ancient Mirror Spirit Mine, the excavation of the Ying Tian Dao Plaza and other ruins, and the gains from exploring the outer seas with Huangli Island as the center, Zhenling's accumulation continued to increase. There were already a few more high-rank pill furnaces than before, and even the top-rank pill furnaces that were so damaged that they no longer dared to use them for pill refinement were almost completely repaired by the artifact forging hall. At this time, Lu Ping had already arrived on Frost Island through the teleportation array. This island, which had caused countless disturbances in the North Sea in the past, was no longer as desolate as it used to be with a layer of ice covering it. At this time, the island had already been divided into several distinct groups of buildings according to the arrangements of each faction. As for the buildings on Zhenling, because Tian Shui Laozu had been stationed here for the past few years, it had become a unique ice garden. Because of the existence of a large spirit stone mine on Frost Island, it occupied a special position in the entire North Sea cultivation world. 70% of the entire mine was divided among the 9 major sects of the North Sea, and the remaining 30% belonged to the other 12 factions that had Dharma adepts. The current situation in the North Sea was basically divided into 3 camps: the 4 major sects led by the Zhenling sect, the loose alliance formed by the mysterious spirit sect, the vast ocean sect, the sea flame sect, the flying feather sect, and the Ling Jiyu sect, and the 12 neutral forces. These 3 major factions each took turns sending Dharma adepts to guard Frost Island, so that the entire Frost Island always maintained a scale of at least 6 Dharma adepts. Among them, Zhenling, Xianling, and the vast ocean sect all had Laozu guarding them all year round, because these 3 sects had the largest share of the mine on Frost Island. Furthermore, because Zhenling had monopolized a mid-sized spirit stone mine, after Tianling Laozu returned to Zhenling to assume the position of sect leader, the ones who came to guard Frost Island had always been mid-Dharma adepts. Just as Lu Ping came out of the teleportation formation, he felt that the spirit qi on the entire Frost Island seemed to fluctuate strangely. Before Lu Ping could use his divine will, a series of roars came from the southeast direction of Frost Island. The southeast direction was the place where Lu Ping had discovered the mid-sized spirit stone mine. After that, Tianling Laozu had built Zhenling's palace on that mid-sized spirit stone mine to guarantee ownership of the entire mine. After that, the few Laozu who guarded Frost Island also used the palace that Tianling Laozu had built. Lu Ping's divine will instantly extended towards the southeast direction. Immediately, a majestic divine will returned. However, because Lu Ping's divine will came from the direction of Zhenling's teleportation formation, this majestic divine will was cautious, but not hostile. Martial Grandaunt Tian Shui, disciple Lu Xianping. Lu Ping hurriedly stated his identity. That majestic divine will showed an extremely shocked expression, and instantly retracted. Lu Ping scratched his head. He didn't go to the palace to greet Tian Shui Laozu first. Instead, there was a flash of light under his feet, and he headed towards the center of the spirit chi fluctuation. Chapter 879. After the spirit stone vein was discovered on Frost Island, this medium-sized island was protected by a Great Island Protection Formation. Due to the crisscrossing of the various great forces, the Island Protection Formation was divided into several areas of different sizes. Because Lu Ping and the others had struck first, Junling had not only obtained the only medium-sized spirit stone vein, but also occupied the largest area of the entire Frost Zone. When Lu Ping arrived at the coast of the East Sea, he saw a group of Mara attacking the Great Island Protection Formation from the sea. This was the area that Junling was defending. Dozens of Junling cultivators used spirit guiding talismans and the mother-child traction formation that spiritual master Xian Chen had set up to protect themselves. Then, they charged out of the Great Island Protection Formation and fought against Mara, who was attacking the Great Island Protection Formation. Once the barrier was about to collapse, they would retreat back into the Great Formation. After recovering their true energy, they would use new spirit talismans to guide the Great Formation's barrier out to fight. Originally, as the barrier continued to break, the Great Island Protection Formation would also be weakened. However, the one thing that Frost Island did not lack was spirit stones. Over the years, the Guardian Laozu had continuously operated and formed a few small spirit veins near the palace. It was enough to support the continuous operation of the mother-child traction formation. It was precisely because of the mother-child traction array's protection that the Zhenling sect's cultivators dared to take turns to fight the enemies. Many blood condensation cultivators even joined the battle near the island, greatly reducing the number of cultivators' casualties. Moreover, as the battles continued, these cultivators gained more combat experience and grew stronger at a much faster rate. The northern area of Zhenling was under the control of Flying Feather Sect. At this time, the cultivators of Flying Feather Sect, Blue Sea Sect, Xianling Sect, and other sects were gathered in the Great Island Protection Formation several kilometers away. They laughed and laughed as they watched the battle between Zhenling and Mara, their faces full of schadenfreude. The southern region was under the control of the 12 forces. A group of cultivators had gathered there as well. However, unlike the cultivators from Xianling Sect, Azure Sea Sect and Ocean Flame Sect, these cultivators were not there to watch the show. Instead, they were standing guard in their own regions, in case the demonic sieves suddenly changed their target of attack. Zhenling disciples were not the only ones fighting against Mara. There were also disciples from Yujian Sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and Chongming Sect mixed in with the Zhenling disciples. They worked together with the Zhenling disciples to defend against Mara's attacks on the Great Island Protection Formation. There were about 150 cultivators from the 4 sects. Among them, there were about 70 core forging cultivators and the rest were late blood condensation cultivators. Most of these blood condensation cultivators were Zhenling's disciples. Lu Ping even saw Wang Qi, who had also reached the peak of blood condensation realm. Daoist Master Shen Sen commanded the cultivators in the middle and divided them into 3 groups. One group activated the mother and child traction array and fought against the barrier that was separated from the island's great array. The other group was on standby on the island and could attack at any time. The third group was to seize the time to recover their consumed Zhen Yuan. Mara could see that there were about 1,000 of them attacking the Great Island Protection Formation. Among them, there were about 100 to 200 core forging Great Asuras and Great Devil cultivators. The rest were equivalent to blood condensation Great Asuras and Great Devil cultivators. Although Zhenling's cultivators had the support of the mother-child traction formation, they were able to fight against Mara repeatedly. However, Mara had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, they would not stop until one of them was dead. Even though Zhenling's cultivators tried their best to block the attacks, there were still quite a number of attacks that landed on the Great Island Protection Formation, causing ripples to form. Tian Shui Laozu did not reveal herself. Lu Ping extended his divine sense to the outside of the island. Immediately, he discovered 2 faintly discernible auras moving around the island. These 2 auras belonged to 2 Transcendence Realm Blood Mara. It was because of these two faintly discernible auras that were restraining Tian Shui Laozu, causing Tian Shui Laozu to be unable to deal with the Mara that was attacking the Great Island Protection Formation. Although enlightened Master Xian Sen was giving out orders, the natal artifact in his hand danced around his body. Wherever there was danger, he would help. As time passed, he had long become Mara's target. These Mara mainly consisted of water asuras, ice asuras, and wind asuras. Due to the protection of the Great Island Protection Formation and the Meridian Suppression Spirit Locking Formation, these asuras were unable to infiltrate the Frost Island despite their strange escape techniques. Thus, they could only fight head-on. Enlightened Master Xian Sen had just blocked the assassination of a wind asura. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had charged out of the Great Island Protection Formation without his permission. Furthermore, they did not even activate the spirit guiding talisman. His heart was instantly filled with rage. Did they not want their lives anymore? Enlightened Master Xian Sen relied on his spirit guiding barrier to block the attack of a water asura. Then, he took the opportunity to disperse the black fog that was wrapped around a devil asura. He shouted, "Which reckless fellow is it? Scram back to the island for the old man." He only heard a chuckle beside his ear. A faint light flashed by his side. The devil asura that was heavily injured by him did not even have the chance to retreat before it was beheaded by the faint light. At this moment, Daoist Master Xian Sen could clearly see that the glimmering light was actually a flying sword. However, when he heard the laughter, he already knew who it was. However, this casual sword strike was able to easily kill a devil cultivator equivalent to a late core forging cultivator. Even though he had the advantage of a sneak attack, it still caused Daoist Master Xian Sen to sigh inwardly. This brat's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. With a flick of the autumn water sword, a soul-devouring crystal flew out of the devil asura's head. It was caught by Lu Ping, who had just appeared. "Junior Master, do you want to rest for a while?" Under the sweep of Lu Ping's powerful consciousness, the amazing escape technique that the asuras were so proud of was immediately revealed to Lu Ping. While he was speaking, a water asura that had just emerged from the seawater beneath his feet had its shoulder sliced in half. The water asura's howls abruptly stopped as the seawater submerged it once more. The blue shadow of the sword flashed and disappeared. Enlightened Master Xian Sen laughed and said, "All right, I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, he turned around and dived into the island's protective formation without looking back. An ice asura leaped over the surface of the water. With every step it took, the seawater would turn into ice for it to step on. However, just as it was about to pounce on Lu Ping, it saw Lu Ping casually pointing at it. Just as it was about to leap, it suddenly felt its feet stop moving. When it looked down, it did not know when the seawater that had turned into ice had turned back into water. Two waves of seawater spiraled up from under its feet and tightly wrapped around its legs. The ice asura roared, as if it was laughing at Lu Ping's insignificant skill. The water that spiraled upwards immediately turned into ice again, then shattered and fell into the water. However, it had forgotten that the seawater was endless. It could not possibly freeze the entire sea into ice. A steady stream of water flowed backward toward its legs. No matter how it performed its innate magic power, it was unable to freeze all the water. Its entire body was still tightly bound above the sea, unable to move. At that moment, the Great Shura, which was equivalent to a late-stage core forging realm Great Shura, finally realized that something was wrong. It reached out and waved its hand, causing the water vapor within a radius of dozens of feet from the sea to gather around its body. In an instant, it was covered in a layer of ice armor. When it looked up, a sword light was already in front of it. The ice asura straightened its palm, and 9 ice walls were erected in front of it in a row. The sword light pierced through 8 ice walls in a row. Just as the ice asura thought it could take a breather, it saw that there was another sword light hidden behind the first one. The second sword light arrived first, piercing through the last ice wall and heading straight for the ice asura's neck. The ice asura obviously did not expect such a strange thing to happen. It tried its best to dodge, but its feet were firmly bound above the sea, so it could only try its best to avoid the attack on its throat. A scream was heard, and the Ice Azura's shoulder was pierced. The Ice Azura took the opportunity to perform its innate magic power. Its body shone with a cold luster, freezing and breaking the water column that was entangled around its feet. It formed a huge ice cover under its feet, blocking all the seawater that was flowing upward. The Ice Azura turned to escape, but it did not see Lu Ping pointing his finger. The autumn water sword, which had been exhausted from piercing through the ice wall, suddenly shook. A rich bluish-purple light flashed on the sword, and then the flying sword shot toward the Ice Azura's back like a long arrow released from a bow. The Ice Azura, who had just broken free from its shackles, had yet to escape far when a huge force suddenly hit its back. The Ice Azura staggered a few steps forward, and when it finally stopped and looked down, it saw a fist-sized hole in its chest. The Ice Azura screamed in panic, and before it could stop, its entire body began to melt. By the time the screams stopped, its body had completely melted into the seawater. Lu Ping had only come out of the Frost Island's protective formation for a moment, and out of the 3 Mara that were equivalent to late-stage core forging Mara, 2 were dead, and 1 was seriously injured. This kind of power caused the morale of the entire Mara tribe to plummet, and the rhythm of their attack abruptly came to a halt. It's the water sword immortal, spiritual master Lu Shenping. Immediately, another cultivator recognized Lu Ping and shouted, "It's senior brother Lu. Senior brother Lu's strength is truly outstanding. It's senior uncle Lu." The morale of Zhenling's side was greatly boosted. The cultivators of Xianling sect, Kanghai sect, and the others who were watching the battle between Zhenling sect and Mo Luo from afar were dumbfounded at first. Then, they started cursing and swearing. After that, they all quieted down, no longer gloating like before. On the other side, the cultivators of the 12 forces were also slightly restless. They were clearly shocked by Lu Ping's methods that far surpassed cultivators of the same level. At this time, Lu Ping's divine sense had already sensed that 2 auras that were equivalent to blood Mara were swimming on the surface of the sea, and they were paying attention to him. However, Lu Ping didn't care at all. Seeing that the Mara that had retreated slightly earlier had once again gathered and surged towards the island, Lu Ping's fated autumn water sword stabbed into the seawater one after the other. At the same time, he shouted, "Disciples of Zhenling, retreat to Frost Island." Retreat to Frost Island? Was spiritual master Lu Shenping going to fight against almost 1,000 Mara alone? While everyone was still hesitating, the sea within a radius of 300 meters suddenly trembled. Countless ripples suddenly appeared on the originally calm surface of the sea. When the ripples spread, they collided with each other, and clusters of water began to splash on the surface of the sea. It was as if the water within a radius of 300 meters was going to be lifted up by Lu Ping. At this time, spiritual master Xian Sen's voice came from the island, "All disciples, retreat to Frost Island." Chapter 880. Hundreds and thousands of boiling areas appeared in the ocean within a radius of 1,000 feet. Gurgling seawater rose, and countless bubbles emerged from the seawater. The Moro Luo clansmen that had regrouped quickly retreated into the sea 1,000 feet in front of Lu Ping. Suddenly, Lu Ping shouted, "Rise!" The tumbling seawater rose from the bottom of the sea, and more than 10 broken limbs of water shuras floated up from the bottom of the sea, and then gradually melted in the seawater. Small water columns rose vertically from the sea, and then turned into water swords that were exactly the same as the autumn water sword. Each of the 1,296 water swords pointed upwards, and the sword hilt pointed downwards, forming a magnificent sword forest in front of Lu Ping. Just as the sword forest rose from the sea, a small portion of Mara had already rushed into the sword forest. Seeing the water swords rising from beside them, some of the Shuras immediately destroyed the water swords with their companion magic treasures and instruments in their hands. In an instant, the forest of swords was destroyed into countless splashing water droplets. However, none of the water droplets fell back into the sea. Instead, they regrouped and turned into water swords. The tips of the swords were pointed up, and the hilts were pointed down. However, this time, the 1,296 water swords did not appear in the sea region with a radius of 1,000 zhong. Instead, they appeared at the edge of the sea region, surrounding the several hundred demon luos that had entered the sea region. Lu Ping took a deep breath, and his hands formed a spell like a butterfly flying through flowers. Then, two huge flying swords rushed out of the sea one after the other, and several weaker Mara that were close to them were cut into pieces on the spot by the dissipating sword aura. Spin. The two huge flying swords hovered above the sea, chasing each other, and the 1,296 water swords also began to spin according to the trajectory of the autumn water sword. Dense sword aura gushed out from the water swords, and at the same time, the surrounding seawater also surged up. Outside the sea within a radius of 1,000 feet, a water wall that was more than 10 feet high gradually rose, forming a huge water ring that completely surrounded hundreds of Mara. Then, as more than 1,000 water swords spun, each brought up a wave, and each wave began to play out the various experiences of a river from the source to the sea in mid-air. There were a total of 1,296 rivers, performing 1,296 ways to enter the sea, like 1,296 water ribbons, and finally gathered together to weave a huge cage. Every river was controlled by the Great River Flowing East sword technique, and every surging wave was like a sword wave formed by the 1,000 snowpile sword art. Every tributary of the river was a complete azure dragon disturbing the sea sword art. Every time the waves rose and fell, a loud sound would be like rocks piercing through the sky, and waves crashing against the shore. Sword array. This is a real sword array. Could it be that martial nephew Lu has already mastered a supreme divine ability? How is this possible? He hasn't even condensed his Dharma idol, so how could he have mastered a supreme divine ability? But if this is a great divine ability, when did the cultivation world have such a powerful great divine ability sword technique? Daoist Master Shen Sen looked at the magnificent scene in the sky, and he really couldn't imagine that this was the result of a great divine ability sword technique. Not only Daoist Master Shen Sen, but also the disciples of the Zhenling sect and the other sects were all stunned by this huge cage that was decorated with countless sword lights, and it was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. A huge cage with a circumference of 300 meters was enveloped by countless sword energies that soared into the sky. A huge sword formation with a circumference of 300 meters contained almost all of the sword arts and divine abilities that Lu Ping had mastered. At this time, Lu Ping's expression was solemn. Endless pure and thick true essence surged into the huge sword formation, supporting the countless sword lights to rampage and kill inside the cage. Inside the core space, 9 strange dragons swam back and forth on the surface of the huge golden core, almost stirring up a mess inside the golden core. The purple mist that spread around the golden core continuously expanded and contracted, then expanded and contracted again. The few divine ability talismans that had already formed in the red mist began to disintegrate and reform. At the same time, a few new divine ability talismans gradually formed in the red mist, and then quickly joined the reform. The sword art, raging waves hitting the shore, stone-piercing sky, 1,000 snowpile, green dragon ocean disturbance, and Great River Flowing East. The divine ability talismans formed by the 5 great sword arts combined together and formed a brand new talisman that looked like the huge sword formation cage outside Frost Island. The great divine ability talisman of the 100 rivers into the sea. Although this brand new talisman was formed by combining 5 great talismans, and it was still a great talisman, each of the 5 great talismans contained in it could be used individually, or in combination at will. Each of the 5 great talismans could unleash power far beyond what it had been in the past. A strange howl suddenly resounded in the sky. Lu Ping, who had just formed the great divine ability talisman, paled in shock. With a thought, the water-controlling flag rose above his head, and a black curtain of light fell down. However, it was immediately pressed, dented, and shattered by an invisible blade. A white jade lotus bloomed under his feet, and 9 layers of energy burst out of Lu Ping's body, forming 9 lotus petals. However, they shattered in front of Lu Ping one by one. "How dare you!" A folding fan suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping. The folding fan immediately opened, and countless wind and snow surged out from the surface of the fan. 3 feet away from the folding fan, an indistinct object was wrapped in layers of snow, forming a flat snowblade. Then, the wind and snow condensed again, forming a crystal-clear ice blade. The ice blade trembled, and countless ice shards fell. The thing that attacked Lu Ping disappeared again. This time, Lu Ping's divine sense finally captured the object hidden in the ice blade. It seemed to be a wind blade that could change its shape at will. A woman's hand stretched out from beside Lu Ping, holding the folding fan in her hand. It was unknown when Tian Shui Laozu had already appeared beside Lu Ping, helping Lu Ping to block this strange attack. At this moment, a copious amount of unparalleled energy surged, and the entire sea suddenly flowed backwards. Lu Ping's great divine ability sword cage, which was formed using 1296 water swords to form the 100 rivers into the sea sword formation, collapsed with a loud bang. Cries of alarm could be heard from the surroundings. These cries of alarm weren't because Lu Ping's great divine ability sword formation had been broken. Instead, it was because of the remaining hundreds of Mara, as well as the hundreds of Mara's dismembered limbs that were floating on the surface of the sea. At that time, close to 1,000 Mara had rushed over. However, half of them had been trapped by Lu Ping's 100 rivers into the sea sword technique. In just a short moment, over 300 Mara had been killed. The 100 Mara that had managed to escape were all badly mutilated. If it wasn't for the Mara's extraordinary vitality, it was likely that more than 300 Mara would have perished. Even Tian Shui Laozu didn't expect Lu Ping's divine ability to be so powerful. Among the 300 Asuras that had perished, there were at least 50 to 60 core forging stage Big Mara. There were also at least 5 to 6 core forging stage Asuras that were equivalent to late stage core forging stage Asuras. However, they were all killed so easily. Exactly what kind of great divine ability was this? How could it have such might? At this moment, even Tian Shui Laozu's gaze towards Lu Ping started to waver. No wonder you were targeted by 2 blood Asuras. If it was me, I, your martial granduncle, would also go crazy. If I don't kill you, who else would I kill? Tian Shui Laozu, who was originally enraged by the 2 blood Asura's sudden attack on Lu Ping, threw out such a sentence. This caused Lu Ping, who was standing behind him, to not know whether to laugh or cry. The seawater swirled up, gradually forming a 7 feet tall water azura. After that, a cool breeze swirled around the water azura, and a green wind azura appeared on the surface of the sea. Tian Shui Laozu looked at the 2 blood Asuras in front of her with a solemn expression. However, she said to Lu Ping, you should return to the island. This isn't something you can interfere with. Hearing this, Lu Ping nodded his head. After that, he turned into a ball of flowing water and floated on the surface of the sea. When he reappeared, he had already entered the island's protective formation, standing on the Frost Island. Martial Nephew Lu. Junior Brother Lu. Senior Brother Lu. Senior Uncle Lu. The Zhenling cultivators and cultivators from other sects who had already gathered in front of the Frost Island's protective formation immediately greeted Lu Ping. Lu Ping had no time to answer them one by one. He turned around and nodded at Spiritual Master Shen Senator after that. With a flash of light, he had already disappeared from the shore. He didn't even care about Tian Shui Laozu, who was facing off against the 2 blood Asuras. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know why Lu Ping left. It should be known that at this moment, the battle between Tian Shui Laozu and the 2 blood Asuras was about to start. Although Tian Shui Laozu was a middle Dharma Laozu, the 2 blood Asuras also had spiritual treasures with them. Although the folding fan in Tian Shui Laozu's hand was extraordinary, it was still not an easy task to defend against the 2 blood Asuras. Spiritual Master Shen Sen looked in the direction where Lu Ping had left. He had a thoughtful expression on his face. Lu Ping hurried to the ice palace. It wasn't that he didn't care about the battle, but he knew that both sides wouldn't be able to fight. Putting aside the fact that the folding fan in Tian Shui Laozu's hand was one of Zhenling's famous spiritual treasures, the snow fan, just how many Dharma adepts did Laozu have on Frost Island? Although these Laozu would usually sweep the snow in front of their door due to the restrictions of their own sects, that was only for the ordinary Asuras. Laozu knew that these Asuras would not be able to affect Frost Island at all. However, once the Blood Mara appeared, the nature of the battle would be different. Putting aside the fact that the Blood Mara was the source of the calamity and the natural enemy of all cultivators, if someone were to stand by and watch, the 2 blood Asuras would break through Zhenling's island protecting formation. Then, the ones who would suffer would not only be the Zhenling clan. Hence, Lu Ping predicted that this battle would ultimately end without any results. The two blood asuras would definitely be able to sense the divine wills of the other human Dharma adepts who were hiding in the surroundings. Naturally, they would be cautious and not start the battle. Furthermore, even if the two blood asuras joined hands, they might not be able to suppress Tian Shuelaozu. Furthermore, the true Yuan in Lu Ping's body was a mess. Although he had performed the Sea of All Rivers sword technique and finally mastered the other great sacred art sword techniques, condensing a complete sacred art talisman within the Danxia purple mist, at this moment, Lu Ping urgently needed to find a place to tidy up and recover the true Yuan in his body. The amount of true Yuan required to perform this great sacred art was too great. Chapter 881. The palace on Frost Island was built by Tianling Laozu in the past. Naturally, Lu Ping knew this place like the back of his hand. It only took him a moment to find a secret room. He walked inside and shut the secret room tightly. Then, he knocked on Linglong's wine cauldron. A small spirit vein was drawn out from the spirit vein beneath the palace. Linglong's wine cauldron was almost exposed. That Wind Azura's fatal blow was even able to cut through the defensive divine ability of the 9th grade White Jade Lotus and his protective aura. If Tian Shuelaozu had not suddenly saved him, Lu Ping could only rely on Linglong's wine cauldron to take the blow. Although the Linglong wine cauldron wasn't a defensive spirit treasure, it was still a spirit treasure. It should be more than enough to block the invisible companion spirit treasure that Lu Ping had weakened to 80% of its power. Lu Ping could not remember when was the last time he had exhausted his Jin Yuan to such an extent. However, completely integrating the entire Sea of 100 Rivers sword art and condensing a brand new divine ability talisman within the red glow was still beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Moreover, this was the first time Lu Ping had used the combined Sea of 100 Rivers great divine ability. Most of the Zhan Yuan he used was used by Lu Ping to recondense the divine ability talisman in his heart space. It was only natural that his Zhan Yuan would be exhausted so quickly. As expected, the confrontation outside the island did not last long. When the two blood asuras merged back into the wind and water, Tian Shuelaozu also returned to Huangli Island. The excited Zhenling cultivators also began to disperse. Wang Qi stared blankly at the empty sea outside the island. Are you very disappointed? Do you feel that you will never be able to reach his level? Wang Qi raised his head and saw Reverend Du Feng standing beside him. All these years, all of us have been trying to catch up to him. Du Feng's words seemed to be directed at Wang Qi, but they also seemed to be whispering to each other. Ji Xianxian, Yin Xianchu, Xian Yong, Mi, Xian Ling, Xian Shong, Xian Lei, and even the other third-generation disciples who have been disciples for hundreds of years, such as senior brother Shen Tian, senior brother Shen Yu, and so on, are all chasing after him, hoping to catch up to his footsteps. At this point, perfected Du Feng smiled bitterly and helplessly. However, every time we make some progress, we suddenly realize that we are actually left further behind when he appears. At this point, perfected Du Feng turned to look at Wang Qi and patted his shoulder. You've just started. You still have a lot of opportunities to catch up. Although we're still catching up, we know that our chances are decreasing bit by bit. Our hopes are getting slimmer and slimmer. Wang Qi said, I heard that perfected Lu has already announced that he has accepted junior brother Tian Yu as his disciple during the sect's Pill Pavilion examination. Du Feng could hear the envy in Wang Qi's words. He smiled and said, not really. That Tian Yu's alchemy skills are indeed not bad. He was able to refine core forging pills at the blood condensation realm. His talent is not far from junior brother Lu's back then. However, he has to at least step into the core forging realm before he can become junior brother Lu's disciple. You might have a chance to become junior brother Lu's disciple before he does. Wang Qi smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy? If I could become perfected Lu's disciple, I wouldn't have waited until now. Back then, 6 or 7 of us saw perfected Lu practicing swordsmanship at Visible Sun Peak. After that, we were sent to Huangli Island by perfected Shenyuan in hopes of becoming perfected Lu's disciple. However, After a few decades, the rest of us have already become perfected Lu's disciples. 2 or 3 of us have already entered the core forging realm. Only Tian Yu and I are still persevering. Now, Tian Yu, who is the weakest among us, has caught perfected Lu's eye. And it's because of his alchemy skills. Du Feng knew that Wang Qi was unable to see the situation clearly and had misinterpreted the meaning of his words. However, he didn't plan to explain. He said, "Prepare to break through to the core forging realm in seclusion. I'll ask senior uncle Xian Sen to transfer a small spirit vein to your secret room on Frost Island." Wang Qi said in surprise, "Didn't you say that you wanted me to suppress myself and build a stronger foundation? How come you're allowing me to break through to the core forging realm after just a year on Frost Island? There are many cultivators of our sect on this island, and there are only a few small spirit veins. Senior uncle, can you ask for a spirit vein from senior uncle Xian Sen?" Du Feng smiled. "You don't have to worry about the spirit vein. With your strength, you could have formed your golden core a long time ago. You were just preparing yourself earlier." Wang Qi nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right then, I'll go into seclusion. Even if I can't become perfected Lu's disciple, as long as I can enter the core forging realm, I'll have the capital to start my own sect." Du Feng looked meaningfully at Wang Qi, who was walking away, and said, "The core forging realm is just the beginning." Lu Ping stayed in the secret room for a month. It wasn't because he was recovering his true essence or sorting out his bloodline, but because he was studying the 2 great talismans in his Dan Xia that were fused with the talismans and fluctuated around his golden core. There were 2 of them. In reality, when Lu Ping executed the art of Sea of Mulberry Fields on Huangli Island, the Dan Xia had already changed. The water control art, wave treading art, sea deceiving art, and blue tide art had merged together in the Dan Xia when Lu Ping executed the art of Sea of Mulberry Fields and formed a brand new art of Sea of Mulberry Fields talisman. Therefore, when Lu Ping executed the Sea of 100 Rivers sword art outside Frost Island this time, he didn't think that it would form a combined talisman on the spot. However, when the talisman started to form, it didn't surprise Lu Ping too much. Other than these 2 great talismans, there were also a few other talismans at the edge of the Dan Xia. However, these talismans didn't originate from the North Sea wave listening art that Lu Ping cultivated. Instead, they were formed from the other divine abilities and secret arts that he practiced. Therefore, he was forced to stay far away from the Dan Xia by the 2 great talismans and didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. After Lu Ping came out of seclusion, he went straight to visit Tian Shui Laozu. From afar, he saw spiritual master Xian Sen walking out of the palace and stopped when he saw Lu Ping. "How did you do it?" "What?" Spiritual master Xian Sen's clueless question caused Lu Ping to be a little confused. "A spirit vein. How did you manage to guide a spirit vein into your seclusion secret chamber without the control of an array disk?" "So it was this matter." Lu Ping looked at spiritual master Xian Sen's serious face and knew that although he didn't take this matter to heart, spiritual master Xian Sen, who was currently in charge of the affairs of Frost Island, wouldn't let it go. If Lu Ping was able to strip the spirit vein from the formation so easily, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ping could collapse the entire island's protective formation at any time? He didn't think of this at that time. He was too careless. "Senior uncle, you forgot that the formation of Frost Island was created by Xian Chen. Spiritual master Xian Chen is also his direct disciple, so this disciple has some understanding of this formation. At that time, the matter was urgent, this disciple used it first." Spiritual master Xian Sen also knew about the matter of the Linglong wine cauldron. However, only those who could truly subdue her would know what the use of this spirit treasure was. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't reveal the use of the Linglong wine cauldron. Therefore, he could only use this far-fetched reason. "So that's how it is." Spiritual master Xian Sen looked at Lu Ping skeptically. However, in these past few years, this little fiancé of Lu Ping had gradually gained a certain status in the sect. Other than Lu Ping, when Tian Shui Laozu tried to take over Huangli Island, it was because spiritual master Xian Chen firmly controlled the island's protective formation that he was able to preserve 20% of the spirit vein in Lu Ping's cave dwelling. Although Tian Shui Laozu wasn't a formation master, It wasn't that he didn't have any cultivators who were proficient in formations. However, in the fight for the control of Huangli Island's protective formation, Laozu still couldn't win. This even caused Tian Shu Laozu to think that spiritual master Shen Chen was the one who was controlling the island from behind. After this incident, everyone in Zhenling started to pay attention to this disciple who already had the strength of a formation master. They realized that she wasn't just a vase hiding behind Lu Ping's back. It was no wonder that every time Lu Ping went out, he would entrust all the matters of Huangli Island to her without worry. Looks like I have to invite senior sister Shen Chen over to repair the island's protective formation. Now that I think about it, this mother-child traction formation was set up by senior sister Shen Chen when she just became a formation master. No wonder there were some flaws. Now that she has received the formation inheritance from Ying Tian sect, senior sister Shen Chen has been studying formations for many years. Her progress in the path of formations can be said to be tremendous. I believe that she will be able to set up this mother-child traction formation even more perfectly. After bidding farewell to spiritual master Shen Sen, Lu Ping arrived at the temporary imperial residence. However, he saw that Tian Shui Laozu seemed to be waiting for him. "Brat, why did you come to Frost Island this time? Don't tell Laozu that I came here to show off your sword divine ability." Lu Ping hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course not. With you, Laozu, there's no need for this disciple to show off. It's just that my hands were itching for a moment. This time, this disciple came here with a request." "Oh, so it's just that your hands were itching for a moment." Tian Shui Laozu purposely missed the last part of Lu Ping's sentence and said, "You went into seclusion in a secret room for more than a month right after you came to Frost Island. Just because your hands were itching for a moment." Lu Ping knew that he couldn't hide it from Tian Shui Laozu. He smiled and said, "Senior Granduncle's eyes are as sharp as a torch. However, this disciple really didn't think that I would be able to condense a divine ability talisman. It's not like I had no other choice." Tian Shui Laozu finally nodded in satisfaction. However, she still asked doubtfully, "Tian Ling doesn't have such a powerful divine ability. From the looks of it, it's similar to when you fused all kinds of great divine ability talismans to form a supreme divine ability. However, you're only at the 9th level of the core forging realm right now. You haven't even condensed your Dharma idol yet, but you've already reached such a level. It's really surprising." Lu Ping didn't know how much Tian Shui Laozu knew. However, she had already understood most of what had happened in Lu Ping's heart space. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before probing, "Senior Granduncle, you..." Tian Shui Laozu waved her hand and said, "You don't have to say any more. Laozu, I don't have any intention of probing your background. I'm just feeling a little emotional. How many Dharma adepts tried to cultivate a supreme divine ability but failed? You, on the other hand, managed to fuse a great divine ability talisman before you even entered the Dharma realm. If that's the case, after you condense your Dharma idol, won't you directly form a supreme divine ability?" Chapter 882. Tell me, why did you come to Frost Island this time? Tian Shui Laozu quickly changed the topic and asked Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, I came to Frost Island for 2 things. The first is to exchange some top-grade spirit stones from Senior Granduncle. The second is to ask for 2 restriction-breaking talismans from Senior Granduncle." "Oh, are you preparing to advance to the Dharma manifestation realm? But what are you going to use the restriction-breaking talismans for? Could it be that you've discovered some kind of relic or treasure?" The expected rejection didn't happen. Instead, Lu Ping was surprised for a moment. However, he quickly hid his surprise and said, "The cultivation method disciple is cultivating is a little special. If I want to advance, I need a large amount of spiritual energy. This situation will probably worsen when I break through to the Dharma manifestation realm. So, disciple is just preparing for a rainy day. As for the items I want to exchange, disciple has a batch of world spirit items with me. I wonder if Senior Granduncle is satisfied." Lu Ping didn't say what the restriction-breaking talismans were for. However, the news of world spirit items still attracted Tian Shui Laozu's attention. World spirit items? How many do you have? Tian Shui Laozu didn't know that Lu Ping had returned from the mysterious Sky Ancient City's underground trade fair with great rewards. She obviously thought that the batch Lu Ping mentioned was at most a few items. Looking at the quality, it would only be a matter of 3 to 5 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Ping didn't say how many world spirit items he had. Instead, he asked, "Senior Granduncle, how do you want to exchange world spirit items for top-grade spirit stones?" Tian Shui Laozu looked at Lu Ping suspiciously and said, "How many world spirit items do you have? From your tone, it seems like it's not a small number. Are you trying to dig a pit for me, Laozu?" Lu Ping really wanted to slap himself. Playing tricks in front of this person who had lived for almost 1,000 years, wasn't he just looking for trouble? Lu Ping hurriedly said, "I only gained something from the underground trade fair in the Tianxian ancient city. Naturally, it is not worthy of your discerning eyes." Although Tian Shui Laozu did not pursue the matter, she was still on guard. She said, "Although the spirit stone mine on Frost Island is considered a rich mine, the production of spirit stones is also limited. Moreover, the number of Dharma adepts in our sect has increased rapidly. Naturally, the amount of spirit stones needed has increased as well. Therefore, the amount that can be allocated to you is not much. This is also because of the spirit of heaven and earth. Otherwise, even if you had gotten permission from Tian Ling, you would not be able to take one from me, Laozu." Lu Ping hurriedly flattered him and said, "Senior Granduncle is impartial and impartial. Otherwise, why would he ask you to guard Frost Island?" Seeing the satisfied expression on Tian Shui Laozu's face, Lu Ping quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Senior Granduncle, how do you think the exchange method should be?" Tian Shui Laozu stopped smiling. She glanced at Lu Ping and said, "Normally, an earth middle-grade spirit stone would be worth around 4 to 500 upper-grade spirit stones. Although the spirit chi contained within a spirit stone is equivalent to 100 upper-grade spirit stones, the rarity of spirit stones means that it is impossible to exchange using this method. However, this time, Laozu, I will let you take advantage of me. Let's exchange it according to the exchange rate of 1 earth lower-grade spirit stone for 1 spirit stone. How about it?" Lu Ping looked at Tian Shui Laozu's "you have taken advantage of me" expression. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Senior Granduncle, you are the one who has taken advantage of me. No matter how precious the spirit stones are, it is impossible to exchange it according to your method. Otherwise, wouldn't this disciple's trip to the Middle Lands be in vain?" Tian Shui Laozu immediately sighed and said, "Brat, you don't know the value of rice and fuel unless you are in charge. Do you know how many spirit stones are produced in Frost Island's spirit stone vein every year? This batch of spirit stones can be said to be the most precious resource in the spirit stone vein. Every year, when the sects divide the spirit stones, more than half of their efforts are focused on this batch of spirit stones. This time, Laozu, the reason why I agreed to exchange it with you is because of the things you have done for the sect. Otherwise, how could a core forging realm disciple have a share of spirit stones?" Lu Ping naturally knew what Tian Shui Laozu was talking about. If it wasn't for the sect's agreement, no matter how many spirit treasures Lu Ping had in his hands, he wouldn't be able to exchange them for spirit stones. To a Dharma plane cultivator, a spirit stone was equivalent to a spirit treasure to a core forging realm cultivator. Furthermore, the spirit chi contained within a spirit stone was pure and thick. When a cultivator used it to cultivate, it would rarely cause a wastage. Based on Lu Ping's current spirit chi capacity, even if Lu Ping used the method of seclusion, if the spirit chi within a spirit stone exploded, it would be enough for Lu Ping to practice the North Sea wave listening art for 10 days and nights without rest. Of course, this situation was unrealistic. After the spirit stone exploded, most of the spirit chi would evaporate before it could be absorbed. In reality, a spirit stone's usage time was far longer than 10 days. This was because no matter which cultivator went into seclusion, they wouldn't just rely on spirit chi alone. Spirit veins and the spirit chi that drifted between heaven and earth were the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. Spirit stones could only be used as a support. Furthermore, without using a secret technique like the spirit explosion art that could stimulate the spirit chi within a spirit stone in a short period of time, the spirit chi within the spirit stone couldn't be absorbed by the cultivator without a limit. If it was based on the spirit chi, the speed at which the spirit chi was released would be far from the speed at which the cultivator absorbed the spirit chi during the process of cultivation. Thus, no cultivator could purely rely on spirit stones to maintain their cultivation speed. However, spirit stones could maintain a stable spirit chi output rate. This was something that the spirit chi that drifted between heaven and earth and spirit veins couldn't achieve. However, during the process of cultivation, cultivators had an unusual pursuit for a stable supply of spirit chi. Thus, even though spirit stones could only be used as a support for a cultivator's cultivation, it was an indispensable support. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the more it could adjust the spirit chi output rate during cultivation, allowing it to maintain a stable cultivation speed. This way, the spirit chi output rate wouldn't fluctuate and affect the cultivator's foundation. Lu Ping could only chuckle, "That's good. We'll exchange according to Grand Uncle's standard. However, there are some heaven and earth spiritual items that have special effects. Their value far surpasses other spiritual items of the same rank. There's no need for disciple to say more. At worst, disciple can just keep it and not exchange it." Tian Shui Laozu sneered, "How many do you have on you?" Before Tian Shui Laozu's words could even finish, Lu Ping had already taken out over 20 boxes from his storage artifact. Tian Shui Laozu pointed at the spirit sealing boxes on the ground. Glaring at Lu Ping, she asked in a sharp voice, "Are all these heaven and earth spiritual items? Where did you get so many spiritual items from?" Lu Ping didn't say a word as he opened the spirit sealing boxes one by one. Some of the spirit sealing boxes contained the same spiritual items. Thus, there were more than 2 spiritual items inside. Thus, the total number of heaven and earth spiritual items in the 20 over boxes was more than 40. Tian Shui Laozu lowered her head to look at the spiritual items before raising her head to look at Lu Ping. However, she couldn't say a single word. Lu Ping also didn't say a word as he waited for Tian Shui Laozu to fulfill her promise. Tian Shui Laozu closed her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. After a moment, she let out a long breath and said, "Luckily, they are all mystic rank spiritual items." According to the principle of 1 for 3 exchange for different spiritual items, 3 upper-grade mystic rank spiritual items could be exchanged for 1 peak-grade spirit stone. Of course, if there was a spiritual item like the azure spiritual fire that was extremely useful for concocting pills, the value would be different. At least from Lu Ping's point of view, a upper-grade mystic rank azure spiritual fire was sufficient to exchange for 1 peak-grade spirit stone. Of course, the 40 or so spirit items weren't all from the mystic heavenly ancient city. There were also treasures that Lu Ping had accumulated through various means over the years. Among them, there were more than 10 mystic high-grade spirit items, more than 10 mystic mid-grade spirit items, and nearly 10 mystic low-grade spirit items. After a round of bargaining, Lu Ping only obtained a total of 10 peak-grade spirit stones. In the end, Tian Shui Laozu still gave Lu Ping another 2 peak-grade spirit stones as a reward since Lu Ping had obtained so many spiritual items for the sect. The total amount of peak-grade spirit stones that Lu Ping had accumulated over the years was only around this amount. Furthermore, he had used up a few peak-grade spirit stones to travel back and forth to the Middle Earth and executing the vast sea mulberry fields art. Tian Shui Laozu was satisfied as she kept all the spiritual sealing boxes that Lu Ping had placed on the ground. "Fortunately, we have accumulated a batch of peak-grade spirit stones as a reserve. Otherwise, in order to obtain these spiritual items, I might have to summon my sect's Dharma idol, Laozu, to gather all the Dharma idol, Laozu." Lu Ping naturally knew that it wasn't because Laozu didn't have 8 to 10 peak-grade spirit stones on him. Instead, it was because it would be extremely difficult for him to have 8 to 10 peak-grade spirit stones on him. Lu Ping smiled, "Martial uncle, how do you want to exchange for this restriction-breaking talisman?" Tian Shui Laozu's brows twitched. Surprised, he asked, "It's also a spiritual item?" Lu Ping smiled, "Yes." Tian Shui Laozu sat up straight and asked curiously, How many spiritual items do you have on you? Before the negotiation, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't reveal anything. He only said, this disciple only wants restriction-breaking talismans with at least 5 colors. Tian Shui Laozu sneered, what a big tone. Since you want to exchange, then I, Laozu, will not bicker with a junior like you. A 5-color restriction-breaking talisman for an Earth mid-grade spiritual item. A 6-color restriction-breaking talisman for an Earth high-grade spiritual item. A 7-color restriction-breaking talisman, EN, a Heaven low-grade spiritual item. What? This time, it was Lu Ping's turn to be unable to sit still. Martial uncle, you must be joking. A 5-color restriction-breaking talisman for an Earth mid-grade spiritual item. It's just a talisman. You have already obtained the complete inheritance of Ying Tian sect's restriction-breaking talisman. If you want to draw a restriction-breaking talisman, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Why would you need an Earth mid-grade spiritual item? Tian Shui Laozu sneered, brat, I won't ask you what you need the restriction-breaking talisman for. That restriction-breaking talisman inheritance came from you. I heard that you specialize in the creation of restriction-breaking talismans. Why don't you tell me, what kind of preparations are needed to draw a 5-color restriction-breaking talisman? Lu Ping's previous imposing manner immediately dissipated. The creation of a restriction-breaking talisman wasn't only because of its high difficulty. More importantly, the materials used to create it were expensive and hard to come by. Chapter 883. The creation of a talisman-breaking talisman could be said to be the pinnacle of all talismans. The difficulty of creating it was the highest, and the materials needed to create it were the most precious. However, the success rate was the lowest. The first requirement for a 5-colored talisman to break through restrictions was a relatively complete piece of skin from a Dharma adept. It could be human skin or demon skin. It could even be made from various kinds of top-grade spiritual materials that were as good as the skin of a Dharma adept. A piece of Dharma adept skin, after being processed using various secret techniques, could at most be used to create 3 to 5 5-colored talisman-breaking talisman papers. Other than that, the talisman brush used to create the talisman had to be a special treasure. Lu Ping had a talisman brush with him. Back then, when Xuanzhu Zhenren had returned to the North Sea from the Central Plains, Lu Ping had asked for it from her. Although it was not considered a top-grade one, it was still not bad. As for the cinnabar ink used, it was made from the blood of a Dharma adept and other liquids that were filled with spiritual energy. As far as Lu Ping knew, there were several types of water-based spiritual objects that were the best to use to create the talisman cinnabar. The spirit vein essence milk was one of them. However, thinking about it, even Tian Shui Laozu might not be willing to use the spirit vein essence milk. Even if these things were prepared, the 5-colored talisman-breaking talisman was not something that could be created easily. The success rate of creating a 5-colored talisman-breaking talisman was much lower than the success rate of creating a Dharma adept elixir. Of course, it also depended on the level of the talisman maker. As for the 7-colored talisman-breaking talisman, the requirements were even higher. As far as Lu Ping knew, just the talisman paper used to create the talisman had to be the skin of a mid-Dharma adept. Furthermore, it had to be the skin of a few special types of beasts. Other beast skins had to be at least the skin of a senior demon cultivator to be used to create the 7-colored talisman-breaking talisman. Senior demon cultivators were the Dharma adepts among the demon cultivators. How many of their skins could be preserved in the cultivation world? If this was the case, for Lu Ping to be able to use a mid-grade Earth-level spiritual object to exchange for a 5-colored talisman-breaking talisman, it was truly a preferential treatment given by the sect. If it was someone else, even if they were to take out a heaven-level spiritual object to exchange for a 5-colored talisman-breaking talisman, Tian Shui Laozu would reject it without hesitation. A 5-colored talisman-breaking 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 talisman and above was considered a trump card in any sect. It was almost impossible for it to be traded. Helplessly, Lu Ping took out 5 spirit sealing boxes and said, Senior Grand Master, Senior Grand Master breaking talisman 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 breaking talisman. The heavenly snow forefather glared at him with a pair of murderous eyes and said, "Just how many Earth-grade phase do you have on you?" Lu Ping hurriedly said, "No, there are only these 5 mid-grade Earth-rank items." Tian Shui Laozu had an expression of disbelief as he replied, "Don't even think about 5 colored restriction breaking talismans. According to the sect's rules, we will definitely not give the talisman to an individual. Even rewards are out of the question. However, Tian Ling and senior brother Tian Xiong have spoken up for you. I, Laozu, can only give you 3 at most." Lu Ping was helpless. He could only retrieve the 2 jade boxes on the ground. As for Tian Shui Laozu, when she saw Lu Ping's actions, she unhappily threw out 3 spiritual sealing boxes. Lu Ping didn't even look at them before keeping them. After that, Lu Ping took out 2 boxes and grinned as he said, "Martial Granduncle, these are 2 high-grade Earth-rank spirit object. 2 6-colored restriction-breaking talismans." Tian Shui Laozu was currently on the verge of flying into a rage. However, she was, after all, the first generation of Zhenling's Laozu. Thus, she couldn't bear to part with the 2 high-grade Earth-rank spirit objects that Lu Ping had taken out. This represented that Zhenling could nurture at least 2 cultivators who could reach the Transcendence realm in the future. Using it to exchange for 2 5-colored restriction-breaking talismans was a huge loss. Tian Shui Laozu then threw the 2 boxes containing the 6-colored restriction-breaking talismans to Lu Ping. "Brat, do you know that for the past few decades, I, Laozu, have been researching the refinement of restriction-breaking talismans? I've used up most of the precious spiritual materials in our sect's reserves. Yet, I've only managed to refine a few 5-colored and above restriction-breaking talismans." Lu Ping scratched his head and said, "Of course, this is our sect's secret. Martial Granduncle wouldn't tell this disciple about it. However, the success rate should be extremely low." As Lu Ping finished speaking, he took out the 2 jade boxes. This time, he opened the jade box. Inside, there was a low-grade heaven-rank metal spirit object, sky gold stone. The other one was also a low-grade heaven-rank metal spirit object, but it was a wood-attributed Yi-wood root. Tian Shui Laozu looked at the 2 low-grade heaven-rank spirit objects on the ground. However, he didn't take out the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman that Lu Ping was looking forward to. Instead, he asked curiously, "Why do you need so many restriction-breaking talismans? Could it be that you've discovered some incredible ancient treasure?" Lu Ping smiled faintly, "It's just to be prepared. What if this disciple finds an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling? If I'm unable to open the restriction and lose the opportunity to obtain the treasures, this disciple will definitely regret it to death." Tian Shui Laozu saw that Lu Ping wasn't willing to tell her the reason, so she didn't ask anymore. Instead, she took out a jade box and threw it to Lu Ping. "If it's really an ancient cave dwelling, the things inside might not be something that you can eat alone. Even if you can, you won't be able to use that much. Remember to inform the sect about the rest." Lu Ping cried out in grievance, "Martial Granduncle is looking down on this disciple. All these years, when did this disciple eat alone?" Tian Shui Laozu snorted coldly, "You won't eat alone. You're just letting others eat the leftovers." Lu Ping opened the box, and a dense 7-colored radiance burst forth. Lu Ping hastily closed the box again. "Martial Granduncle, please give me another one. This disciple has 2 heaven-ranked spirit objects here." Tian Shui Laozu sneered, "In the entire sect, there are only a few 7-colored restriction-breaking talismans. Even if you take out a high-grade heaven-rank spirit object, this Laozu will not give you another one." Lu Ping knew that in the entire Zhenling sect, only Tian Shui Laozu had the ability to create a 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman. If she didn't relent, this 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman could only be created after Lu Ping had advanced to the Transcendence realm. However, she wanted the skin of a demonic beast equivalent to a grand cultivator. Lu Ping couldn't help but shiver. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Martial Granduncle, when Ying Tian Dojo opened, this disciple contributed a 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Furthermore, because of this restriction-breaking talisman, our sect was able to choose a spiritual treasure and a pill furnace before the other sects. What do you think? Tian Shui Laozu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She reluctantly took out another jade box and threw it at Lu Ping. She scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Don't let me, Laozu, see you again." Lu Ping grabbed the jade box in a flurry. He didn't even care about the 2 heaven-ranked spiritual treasures on the ground. He turned and fled out of the palace. When Tian Shui Laozu saw that Lu Ping had left the palace, she angrily said, "Senior brother, are you really going to spoil this brat? What was the meaning of those words earlier? Are you reminding us not to disappoint him?" Ha 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 ha, Tian Xiong Laozu's voice suddenly rang out in the palace. However, Tian Xiong Laozu was nowhere to be seen. Tian Xiong continued, "He doesn't have such thoughts. However, it's true that he wants to show off his contributions. It's just that he has to do it often. When we were young, when did we like to be restricted by rules? How can the disciples that were nurtured according to the sect's rules have any future? If Zhenling wants to rise and become stronger, we must try our best to tolerate these disciples that don't follow the rules. Tolerance is great." Tian Shui Laozu only grumbled for a while before she immediately changed the topic. She said worriedly, "Recently, Mara's probing attacks on Frost Island have become more frequent. Mara has also started to appear without restraint. It seems like once Mara's calamity breaks out on a large scale in the North Sea, Frost Island will definitely be the first to bear the brunt." Tian Xiong Laozu's voice only sounded after a while. He said, "It can be considered as expected. Mara has an extraordinary intuition towards spirit veins and spirit ores. Frost Island is a high-quality large-scale spirit mine. It's normal for Mara to covet it. This time, if Mara's calamity is calculated well, it might be an opportunity for our sect." Tian Shui Laozu was stunned. She said, "What, senior brother, you mean, Zhenling is growing stronger day by day, and there are more and more Dharma adepts? Even that brat has started to accumulate supreme-grade spirit stones in order to advance to the Dharma stage. How can the little amount of supreme-grade spirit stones that our sect gets from Frost Island be enough?" Just as Lu Ping left the palace, a violent spiritual energy vibration came from the northwest corner of the palace. Following that, a rather large vibration spread out, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to slowly gather towards that direction. Someone had broken through to the core forging stage, and from the looks of it, his foundation was pretty good. He was a good seedling. However, the aura that exploded out was very familiar to Lu Ping. Lu Ping's divine consciousness spread out. The formation in the secret room where the friar was in seclusion could not stop Lu Ping's divine consciousness from peeping in. Venerable Du Feng, who was guarding outside the secret room, seemed to have sensed something. He looked in the direction where Lu Ping was, and a dense sword aura with a murderous aura rushed towards Lu Ping from afar. Lu Ping felt Du Feng's sword aura and could not help but frown. Just how many people has this guy killed all these years? The murderous aura on his body is almost solid. No wonder the bandit name Emotionless Sword has been abandoned, and he has to be called Sword Azura. However, Lu Ping also knew that this was a requirement for Du Feng's cultivation technique and swordsmanship. Although he sighed inwardly, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he turned his attention back to Wang Qi, who had just advanced to the core forging stage. The murderous aura that Venerable Du Feng cultivated was extremely harmful to a cultivator's divine consciousness. Originally, when he saw that someone was spying on him, Du Feng only wanted to give a warning. After all, the divine consciousness that flew over at this time could only be from his own sect. However, he did not expect that the person's divine consciousness would be so strange. It turned a blind eye to Venerable Du Feng's murderous aura. Instead, it became even more intense as it observed Wang Qi, who was in the secret room. Venerable Du Feng's expression changed, and his right hand grabbed the hilt of the flying sword. However, he immediately sensed something and let out a long sigh of relief. Not only did he retract his right hand, but he also withdrew the flying sword into his core space. At this moment, a golden flying sword with fine fish scales on its surface flew across the sky. Before Venerable Du Feng could react, the The golden flying sword had already entered the secret room where Wang Qi was in seclusion. Chapter 884. Spiritual Master Du Feng frowned when he saw the golden sword light disappear into the secret room, but in the end, he didn't barge in. In the secret chamber, Wang Qi, who had just advanced to the core forging stage, suppressed the ecstasy that came with the advancement of his cultivation. Just as he was about to go into closed-door cultivation to completely stabilize his cultivation, he heard the sound of a sword whistling through the air. The protective array formation in the secret chamber was instantly shattered, and a golden flying sword appeared in front of Wang Qi. Seeing this familiar flying sword, Wang Qi was excited and wanted to stand up. Unexpectedly, the flying sword seemed to have expected this. It slammed the back of the sword into Wang Qi's shoulder and pressed him back onto the ground. The sword light circled around and stabbed into the 1,000-year frost in front of Wang Qi, sinking half of it into the sword. Only then did Wang Qi notice that there was a purple jade slip on the tassel of the sword hilt. This golden sword light was naturally the golden scale sword that Lu Ping had used for the longest time. The golden scale sword had condensed 6 treasures and was a top spiritual artifact. However, it was difficult to improve its quality, and the golden scale sword was refined using a secret art of the Koi clan. Without the inheritance of the Koi clan's secret art, the golden scale sword wouldn't be able to reach the spirit nurturing level no matter how high its quality was. That was why Lu Ping had abandoned it in the end. However, for someone like Wang Qi who had just advanced to the core forging realm, this artifact was already a valuable treasure. However, even though the golden scale sword was precious, Wang Qi couldn't wait to see the purple jade slip tied to the sword tassel. Lu Ping stayed on Frost Island for more than a month. Mara's clan attacked Frost Island twice more, but these 2 attacks weren't aimed at Junling's area. One of the 2 attacks was aimed at Ocean Flame Sect's area, and Mara's clan was repelled by the combined forces of several sects. However, this time, the intensity of the ambush was clearly higher than before. Several late core forging great asuras hid in a corner and suddenly launched an attack. The Ocean Flame Sect and the other sects didn't have Junling Sect's mother-child traction array. It was said that many blood condensation realm cultivators had fallen. Even core forging realm cultivators couldn't save them in time. 5 to 6 of them had died, and one of them was even a late core forging realm cultivator. The second attack was more than 10 days later. This time, it was aimed at one of the 12 allied forces. Even though they had been alerted and strengthened their defenses beforehand, they still couldn't stop the attack. Countless Mara Great Asuras broke through the island's protective formation and started a massacre on the island. By the time the other force's reinforcements arrived, this force had lost a third of its guards on Frost Island. The other forces had also suffered losses. The cultivators on Frost Island all thought that this was Mara's revenge for their failure to attack Junling's area last time. Xianling Sect and Blue Sea Sect wanted to use this opportunity to incite the 12 forces to oppose Junling. Unexpectedly, Profound Sky Laozu called Spiritual Master Shen Chen over from Heaven Spirit Mountain and built a mother-child traction formation in the area where the 12 forces were stationed. At the same time, he also strengthened the island's protective formation in Junling's area. As a result, not only did the 12 forces not oppose Junling at all, they were actually grateful to Junling. Before Lu Ping left Frost Island, he was called to the palace by Profound Sky Laozu. I heard that you've been collecting lightning tribulation water recently. Are you preparing to condense your golden core? Lu Ping didn't know where Tian Shui Laozu got this information from, but Lu Ping didn't deny it either. He said directly, "That's right." Tian Shui Laozu said with a hint of envy, "Heaven rank upper grade spirit item. Ever since our sect relied on Laozu, it has been thousands of years since anyone was able to condense a 9th grade golden core. The lightning tribulation water you're refining this time is said to be the hardest to refine among all heaven rank upper grade spirit items. How confident are you now?" Although Lu Ping didn't know why Tian Shui Laozu asked about this, he still answered vaguely, "This disciple wants to give it a try. There's always a certain amount of confidence." Tian Shui Laozu didn't care about Lu Ping's intentional concealment. She nodded her head and took out a jade bottle with a spirit-breeding talisman stuck on it. She said, "There are 4 drops of lightning tribulation water in here. They were condensed when your senior ancestor Tian Fan and I went through the lightning tribulation. It's not easy to send out a disciple who has the potential to condense a 9th grade golden core. If you can use this lightning tribulation water, just treat it as a reward from the sec." Lu Ping happily received the lightning tribulation water. After thanking Tian Shuelaozu, he was about to leave when he heard Tian Shuelaozu say, "When you return to Tianling Mountain, go to the talisman crafting pavilion to take a look. Perhaps Xianju might have some extra 5-colored restriction-breaking talismans." Lu Ping's heart moved as he thanked Tian Shuelaozu. Unexpectedly, he heard Tian Shuelaozu say, "Your senior master Xianju's cultivation has already reached the stage where she's about to refine her 3rd spiritual item. With her current situation, I'm afraid she won't be able to condense a high-grade golden core. You have to think of a way. After all, Xianju's talent in talisman crafting can be said to be number 1 in our sect. If she can't advance to the Transcendence Realm, it would be too much of a pity." After returning to Tianling Mountain, Lu Ping headed towards the talisman crafting pavilion. Although Daoist Xianju's cultivation wasn't good, he was a true talisman crafting genius. Due to his cultivation, Daoist Xianju could only craft the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman. At the very least, Lu Ping's current cultivation wasn't any weaker than Daoist Xianju's. However, when it came to crafting restriction-breaking talismans, he was still stuck at the 4-colored restriction-breaking talisman. He was unable to successfully craft the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Furthermore, according to what Lu Ping knew, Daoist Xianju's current success rate in crafting the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman was not any lower than Tian Shuelaozu. The only pity was that Daoist Xianju's cultivation foundation was too weak. According to Tian Shuelaozu's estimation, even if he were to forcefully refine a 3rd spiritual item, Daoist Xianju would at most be able to condense a 4th or 5th grade golden core. It was almost impossible for him to advance to the Transcendence Realm. During this trip to Frost Island, Tian Shuelaozu had privately asked Lu Ping if he had any methods to forcefully raise Daoist Xianju's cultivation to the Transcendence Realm. The meaning behind her words was very clear. She was asking if Lu Ping could use the spiritual forging pill to give Daoist Xianju a sliver of hope to advance to the Transcendence Realm. This caused Lu Ping to be in a dilemma. With Daoist Xianju's current situation, even if he consumed all 3 spiritual forging pills, he might not even be able to condense a 6th grade golden core. As for the 7th grade golden core, he shouldn't even think about it. Although the spiritual forging pill could raise the rank of a golden core, there was a limit to it. 3 spiritual forging pills could raise a cultivator's golden core by 1 or 2 levels, which was already the limit. To give Daoist Xianju a sliver of hope to advance to the Transcendence Realm was almost impossible. Furthermore, although Lu Ping had grasped the method to concoct the spiritual forging pill, the amount of spiritual herbs required to concoct a batch of spiritual forging pills was simply too large. There were a few extremely rare 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs that even the entire Zhenling only had a few of. The success rate of concocting the pills was also very low. Furthermore, according to Daoist Xianju's current situation, he might need to consume 3 spiritual forging pills in one go. Furthermore, he might not even be able to condense a 7th grade golden core. If it was just for her, it was truly not worth it. However, Tian Shuelaozu's reasoning was something that Lu Ping agreed with. After all, Daoist Xianju was a rare talisman crafting genius in Zhenling. If he could advance to the Transcendence Realm, his success rate in concocting the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman might even be higher than Tian Shuelaozu. Furthermore, the path of talisman crafting was broad and profound. Since Daoist Xianju was able to advance to the Transcendence Realm, the talisman crafting technique in Zhenling would not only improve on the restriction-breaking talisman. Lu Ping's arrival at the talisman crafting pavilion had caused Daoist Xianju to be rather surprised. When Tian Shuelaozu had been guarding the Frost Island, and like the previous generation's Laozu, she had gradually faded away from Zhenling's affairs. Thus, The person in charge of the talisman crafting pavilion was Daoist Xianju. Hearing that Lu Ping wanted to exchange for some 5-colored restriction-breaking talismans, Daoist Xianju muttered to himself for a moment before saying, according to logic, these talismans cannot be exchanged with Martial Nephew in private. However, since Martial Nephew wishes to use spiritual items to exchange for them, Martial Uncle will make an exception for once. However, I can only give Martial Nephew 2 of them. I wonder if Martial Nephew can exchange them for a high-grade earth spiritual item? Although the value was slightly higher than Tian Shuelaozu's, it was still within Lu Ping's acceptable range. Lu Ping handed a high-grade earth spiritual item to Daoist Xianju and said, "Martial Uncle, are you preparing to smelt the spiritual item?" Daoist Xianju smiled bitterly and said, "It's still too early. If I were to smelt the spiritual item now, I, Martial Uncle, would not be able to use this high-grade earth spiritual item. At most, it would be a 4th-grade golden core. Although the chances are slim, I still have to try. As long as I can condense a 6th-grade golden core, I will at least have a chance to advance to the Transcendence realm." Lu Ping took the restriction-breaking talisman and asked casually, "Why haven't I seen senior sister Xianju since returning to Qianling Mountain?" Daoist Xianju was Daoist Xianju's disciple. He was also the cultivator with the highest attainment in talisman crafting amongst the 3rd-generation disciples of Zhenling. Although Daoist Xianju's talent in talisman crafting might not be comparable to his teacher, Daoist Xianju, his cultivation was much more reliable than Daoist Xianju's. He was one of the transcendent seedlings that Zhenling would focus on nurturing in the future. Lu Ping was originally just asking casually. Unexpectedly, Daoist Xianju replied, "You should know about the situation outside of Huanyu Island. Recently, it seems like it's getting more and more restless. The demon race and Azure Sea sect's cultivation have already clashed several times. Although our sect will not directly intervene, it is necessary to understand the situation beforehand. Many of our 3rd-generation disciples have been sent out to monitor the movements of both sides. Your senior sister Xianju has also gone." Lu Ping said in surprise, "Is there really the legacy of Azure Sea sect's Laozu there?" Daoist Xianju shook his head and said, "Who can say for sure? But it's hard to say. Originally, there were rumors that the hidden treasure could only be opened by combining the thin water and flowing sword left behind by Azure Sea sect's Laozu. Currently, Azure Sea sect only has the thin water sword. The flowing sword has never been found. However, this time, Azure Sea sect seems to have obtained some treasure in Yingtian Dojo that can be used as a substitute for the flowing sword to open the hidden treasure." Lu Ping nodded thoughtfully. After asking Daoist Xianju some important talisman crafting techniques, he immediately took his leave. Lu Ping returned to his cave residence on Qianling Mountain. 3 days later, Tianlin Laozu summoned Lu Ping with a sound-transmitting talisman. Lu Ping knew that since old ancestor Jiang Tianlin had called him over at this time, he must have made preparations to go out and find a place to undergo his first lightning tribulation. Chapter 885. A cyan Luan was circling elegantly and proudly above Jiang Tianlin's head. From time to time, it would raise its head to look at the sky and let out a high-pitched cry at the increasingly dense cyan clouds. It seemed to be provoking and looking down on something. Deep thunder was brewing in the cyan clouds, and it was getting closer and closer. The flashing clouds were getting closer and closer. Lu Ping took the storage magic tool that Jiang Tianlin Laozu handed over. It was a cyan sleeve. Looking up at the huge cyan phoenix, Lu Ping could easily sense traces of pure yang qi in the phoenix. However, the pure yang qi was different from the one that Lu Ping had absorbed and refined before. The pure yang qi in Jiang Tianlin Laozu's phoenix was more like something embedded in the phoenix's body. This was because it had refined the soul of the phoenix. Although it was closely connected to the phoenix, it had not been completely integrated into the phoenix. It seemed to lack a suitable opportunity to completely integrate the pure yang qi in the body into the phoenix's phoenix. This opportunity was undoubtedly the thunder retribution. Jiang Tianlin Laozu still had an item in his hand. This item was the wood attribute Bloodshora's companion spiritual treasure that Lu Ping had given him. This companion spiritual treasure had obviously been modified at this time. It had changed from a root into a magic treasure that looked like a small tree. However, the small tree was obviously bare, without a single leaf on it. The power of a companion spiritual treasure could be unleashed in the hands of a Bloodshora, but in the hands of a human cultivator, its power would be greatly reduced. Even after modification, it could only recover about 70 to 80% of its power. If he wanted to recover the power of the spiritual treasure, he would have to go through a lightning tribulation. Even so, the power of the spiritual treasure could not be maximized. However, the lightning tribulation this spiritual treasure had to go through was much lighter than other treasures that wanted to become spiritual treasures. Otherwise, Jiang Tianlin and Laozu would not have dared to take it with them. Lu Ping looked at the modified companion spirit treasure. He knew that in order to modify a companion spirit treasure, only Tianjiang Laozu could do so. It seemed like Tianjiang Laozu had already finished repairing the mountain-splitting axe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time to modify this companion spirit treasure. Tianlin Laozu turned to Lu Ping and smiled. "I'm going to start. You brat, be careful." Lu Ping nodded and the 7 treasures lightning calabash slowly appeared above his head. It carefully condensed into a small thundercloud above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping could even feel that the moment the 7 treasures lightning calabash appeared, the thundercloud in the sky seemed to have a mind of its own. It focused on the calabash. Although this attention was very small, it still caused Jiang Tianlin Laozu to look at the 7 treasures lightning calabash with surprise. After all, this was the #1 legendary artifact. Although it was only in its embryonic form, even Jiang Tianlin Laozu could not remain indifferent to such a treasure. Jiang Tianlin Laozu signaled for Lu Ping to start. Then he threw the small tree-shaped companion spirit treasure into the air. The companion spirit treasure suddenly grew in the air. Its branches were thick and strong. There were many branches on the main trunk, but there were no leaves. This was to let the companion spirit treasure go through the tribulation first. This way, the power of the lightning tribulation that Jiang Tianlin Laozu experienced might be strengthened. However, it seemed that Jiang Tianlin Laozu did not care. It didn't take long for Lu Ping to figure out the reason. The companion spiritual treasure's quality wasn't as high as he had imagined. If he let the companion spiritual treasure experience the heavenly tribulation after Jiang Tianlin's heavenly tribulation, the enhanced lightning tribulation would most likely be destroyed by the green lightning. Even so, after being struck by 3 bolts of green lightning, the flourishing forks of the spiritual treasure had been almost completely destroyed. The remaining trunk was also charred black. The green phoenix was still circling, but it had previously avoided the descending green lightning. Now, after Jiang Tianlin Laozu made a few hand seals, the green phoenix had already shortened the radius of its circling and began to fly above the companion spirit treasure. In the sky, a muffled thunder rumbled. Before the thunder finished, the 4th bolt of green lightning had already descended. A feather floated out of the green phoenix's body and was struck into nothingness by the green lightning. However, the green lightning itself was also weakened by a lot. Just as it was about to fall on the companion spirit treasure's branch, a fork appeared inexplicably and was swallowed by the 7 treasures thunder gourd. The power of this lightning tribulation that fell on the life companion spiritual treasure was almost on par with the power of the 3rd green lightning. Lu Ping felt that after the 7 treasures thunder gourd swallowed the green lightning, it was like eating a pot of hot and spicy soup. It was like it was sucking in cold air, but it was not willing to spit out the thing in its mouth. In the 7 treasures thunder gourd, a green lightning jumped around in the sky above the lightning tribulation water. After a while, the lightning gradually weakened. Lu Ping could feel that the lightning had been consumed by the 7 treasures thunder gourd. However, the quality of the 7 treasures thunder gourd did not improve at all. Obviously, the lightning was too weak, and the quality was not high. It was far from being comparable to the 2nd lightning tribulation that celestial phenomenon Laozu had experienced. As they spoke, the 5th bolt of green lightning had already fallen. The green phoenix still only had a feather floating out, but this feather was much more linglong than the previous one. It was obvious that its power had increased a lot. However, Jiang Tianlin Laozu did not dare to be too obvious. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. Once the lightning tribulation of the green phoenix was attracted, the power of the lightning tribulation would not be as simple as 1 + 1. The 7 treasures thunder god once again sent out a green lightning bolt. This time, the power of the lightning tribulation that the 7 treasures thunder god endured was stronger than before. Another large branch was turned to ashes. There was still no movement in the 7 treasures thunder god. Originally, Lu Ping wanted to see if the 7 treasures thunder god could condense the 7th treasure. However, after the lightning bolt entered the thunder god, it felt like a clay ox entering the sea. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect the 7 treasures thunder god to be so weak. It seems that the Bloodshorer had just become a Bloodshorer. The foundation of the 7 treasures thunder god is still very weak." Lu Ping smiled and said, "That's not a big deal. As long as it passes this lightning tribulation, it can still be used." Such a 7 treasures thunder god originally had no chance of passing the second lightning tribulation. As long as it could pass the first lightning tribulation, it would be able to unleash power that was not weaker than other first tribulation spirit treasures. After all, even if it was a first tribulation spirit treasure, Junling did not have many. As far as Lu Ping knew, other than Tian Xiong Laozu who had a second tribulation spirit treasure, only Tian Shui and Tian Fan, the 2 Laozu spirit treasures, and Liu Tianling Laozu spirit treasure as the sect leader. Other Dharma adepts, even a mid-Dharma adept like Tian Kang Laozu, did not have a spirit treasure. If this spirit treasure managed to pass the lightning tribulation with the help of Jiang Tianlin Laozu, it would definitely recognize Jiang Tianlin Laozu as its master. Junling had 5 spirit treasures that he could control. If he included the Linglong wine cauldron in Lu Ping's hands, it would be 6. Such a foundation could not be said to be shallow. When the 6th green lightning struck, the 7 treasures thunder god still did not have any reaction. However, the lightning above the thunder tribulation water became more violent, and the 7 treasures thunder god was gradually dyed with a layer of green. However, from the 7th lightning strike onwards, the 7 treasures thunder god finally had some changes. Lu Ping's divine will had already captured that outside of the 6 treasures prohibition treasure, there was already a rune that was gradually forming, and it was gradually becoming clearer. When the 7th lightning strike landed, the power of the lightning suddenly doubled. The life companion spiritual treasure had already been chopped down to its last branch, leaving behind only a bare trunk. In order to not attract the attention of the lightning tribulation, Jiang Tianlin Laozu could only provide limited help. When the 8th lightning strike landed, another rune had formed within the 7 treasures thunder god. However, Lu Ping was also controlling the amount of lightning that could be absorbed. From Lu Ping's point of view, if he was not careful, he would invite trouble upon himself. Even if he had to destroy the life companion spiritual treasure, he could not let anything happen to the 7 treasures thunder god. Ancestor Jiang Tianlin looked at the 1/4 of the tree trunk that had been smashed. He let out a breath and said, "It seems like it's not a big problem. However, after the thunder tribulation, this wood will need some time to recover its power." When the 9th lightning strike landed, its power had a trace of celestial phenomenon Laozu's tribulation. When the green lightning struck, it was like a green waterfall falling from the sky, burning half of the tree trunk. Lu Ping hid far away and watched as 3 runes condensed within the thunder god. The mysterious aura surrounding the soul companion treasure finally began to be absorbed by the tree trunk. The tree trunk that had been chopped off gradually recovered. Then, one branch after another emerged from the tree trunk. When the mysterious aura around it had completely disappeared, the soul companion treasure had once again returned to its original appearance of a small tree. Then, Lu Ping's divine sense noticed that the mysterious aura around the life companion spiritual treasure began to flow back and condense in the center of the tree trunk. A faint figure began to appear within the tree trunk. After a moment, a thin and weak boy with braided hair tightly grasped the trunk of the tree trunk with both hands timidly appeared from behind the small tree. He looked at Lu Ping from afar, then rushed to Jiang Tianlin Laozu and said, "Would greets master." Jiang Tianlin Laozu nodded his head. the tool spirit would slammed into the tree trunk. The small tree slowly shrank and fell into Jiang Qianlin Laozu's hands. This life companion spiritual treasure could now be considered to have been completely transformed into a tribulation spiritual treasure. In Lu Ping's core space, the Seven Treasures Thunder Gourd could be said to be furious at this moment. The speed at which it revolved around the Golden Dan was much faster than usual. Just as the last bolt of blue lightning descended, the Seven Treasures Thunder Gourd finally drew in a faint trace of pure yang qi. Unexpectedly, after Lu Ping refined the pure yang qi from the celestial phenomenon Laozu's tribulation, Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan already had a trace of pure yang qi. Therefore, this pure yang qi did not bring too much difficulty to Lu Ping before it was completely refined. However, this time, before the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash could do anything, the refined pure yang qi that was transformed into the life origin energy was completely devoured by the golden core and the white jade lotus. Even the origin time bead was only snatched by a tiny bit. As for the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash, not even a trace was snatched. Chapter 886. The thunderclouds in the sky didn't dissipate. These thunderclouds were originally condensed because of Jiang Qianlin Laozu. That was why they could help the wooden treasure when it was going through the lightning tribulation. If not, Jiang Qianlin Laozu wouldn't have allowed the wooden treasure to go through the lightning tribulation with him. Although the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash wasn't Lu Ping's natal treasure, it was still a special existence among the many treasures in the core space. Previously, when Lu Ping was refining the pure yang energy, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash had been intercepted by the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash. This time, whether it was the white jade lotus or the Zhenchen pearl, they were both spirit cultivation level treasures. At least in terms of quality, they were superior to the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash. The Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash was originally going to cause a ruckus, but Lu Ping suppressed it with his divine will. In the sky, Jiang Qianlin Laozu's lightning tribulation had already begun. Jiang Qianlin Laozu clearly told Lu Ping not to interfere during the first 6 lightning strikes. He needed to borrow the power of the lightning tribulation to completely refine the pure yang energy contained in the Dharma body. Lu Ping knew that Jiang Qianlin Laozu was well prepared. His foundation was even deeper than Laozu, who was at the same level as him. With the support of the Dharma body's soul, even without the help of the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash, Jiang Qianlin Laozu wouldn't have too much trouble passing the first lightning tribulation. Even so, Jiang Qianlin Laozu's lightning tribulation couldn't be compared to the one experienced by the wooden treasure. Although Jiang Qianlin Laozu was well prepared, after the first 6 lightning strikes, the originally high-spirited Blue Luan Dharma idol became a Blue Luan. Its body was charred black and flashed with green light. It twitched from time to time, and its originally clear and melodious cry turned into a whine. However, Lu Ping could sense that the pure yang qi contained within the body of the Blue Luan had been completely activated. The Blue Luan Dharma power seemed to be in a sorry state, but in fact, it was nurturing a huge amount of vitality. Moreover, the eyes of this pitch-black Blue Luan Dharma power were shining brighter and brighter, giving off a compelling spirituality. Rumble. A waterfall of azure lightning descended. This was only the 7th tribulation lightning, but its power had already far surpassed the last tribulation lightning that the numinous treasure would had endured. The Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash rose from the top of Lu Ping's head, and a part of the thunder waterfall flowed towards the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash. The azure Luan projection spread its wings and raised its neck, flapping its pitch-black feathers that were tinged with azure light. Countless feathers weaved together to form a shield in the air, blocking the descending green lightning. In just a short moment, the feather shield dissipated. However, before the green lightning could continue to descend, another feather shield appeared to block it. After this repeated several times, the green lightning had been weakened to the extreme, and the azure Luan Dharma power was finally unable to block it in time. It simply opened its mouth and swallowed the entire lightning. Jiang Qianlin Laozu's face alternated between green and red. In the end, the green qi rose, and his entire face quickly returned to normal. The azure Luan Dharma power began to shrink, but the Dharma power itself seemed to become more and more condensed. The seventh tribulation lightning had been completely blocked by Jiang Tianlin Laozu. At this time, Lu Ping had also used the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash to refine a portion of the lightning. Suddenly, there were 8 more runes in the Thunder Calabash, increasing the total number of runes to 13. At this time, Jiang Tianlin Laozu had refined the pure yang qi brought by the Dharma power soul in his body, and a thick layer of mysterious and violent pure yang qi had accumulated around his body. At this time, Lu Ping did not dare to guide the pure yang qi, because this would attract all the pure yang qi around Jiang Tianlin towards Lu Ping. Only when Jiang Tianlin Laozu completely passed the tribulation lightning and began to absorb the pure yang qi around his body, all the pure yang qi around his body would begin to rush towards Jiang Tianlin Laozu. At this time, if Lu Ping guided the pure yang qi, it would not attract too much pure yang qi. Otherwise, with Lu Ping's current situation, too much pure yang qi would still ignite Lu Ping. After the 8th tribulation lightning, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash condensed another 10 runes, and the total number of runes had reached 23. Although Jiang Tianlin Laozu was still calm, Lu Ping could see that his face had a trace of captivating redness. Obviously, his internal organs had been injured, and his clothes had become messy. He no longer had the elegant and carefree feeling that he had before. However, although the Green Phoenix Dharma power looked extremely pitiful, it still maintained its vitality, as if it was ready to counterattack at any time. At this time, Lu Ping already knew that even without the help of the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash, Tianlin Laozu would definitely pass the tribulation lightning and reach the mid-Dharma stage. However, Lu Ping naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. After all, he wanted to see if the last tribulation lightning would be able to gather all 36 runes of the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash and form a complete soul cultivation restriction. The green thunderclouds were already shrinking, but the center of the thunderclouds was getting brighter and brighter. Rays of light did not leak out from the thunderclouds, but it only made the thunderclouds look even more frightening. At this time, the Green Phoenix Dharma power had already condensed to the size of 3 feet. It circled around Tianlin Laozu's shoulder and immediately rose into the air, as if it had borrowed enough strength to soar into the sky. It actually rushed directly towards the thunderclouds, which had shrunk to only a third of its original size. Under the perception of Lu Ping's divine will, the Dharma power that had always been hidden within the Dharma power, but had never been activated, suddenly burst forth. The originally charred and twisted Dharma power began to shine with a green light, and the feathers that had fallen off began to regenerate. Its shrunken body began to expand again, and its originally hoarse chirping once again became bright green. The green thunderclouds seemed to be infuriated by Jiang Tianlin Laozu's provocative attack. The thunderclouds that had originally shrunk and collapsed twisted again, like a towel that had been forcefully twisted and squeezed dry. All of the water within the towel flowed out of the towel. However, the water that flowed out did not fall to the ground. Instead, it condensed into a large bubble at the bottom of the thunderclouds. Inside the bubble, there was only the flickering of green lightning. It seemed as if the bubble would explode with the slightest touch, and the condensed tribulation lightning inside would pour down and completely extinguish the cultivator undergoing the tribulation. Another clear chirping sound could be heard. Jiang Tianlin Laozu looked up at the huge ball of lightning. The Green Phoenix Dharma power did not hesitate at all, and it continued to rise. At this moment, the thunderclouds had almost reached their limit. The ball of lightning hanging below the thunderclouds finally overwhelmed the thunderclouds, and it completely exploded. Green lightning poured down like a torrential downpour. Every drop of tribulation lightning that fell on the Dharma power would explode. The Green Phoenix Dharma power, which had originally grown to 30 feet in size, was immediately riddled with holes. This caused the Dharma power to no longer be able to ascend. Ancestor Jiang Tianlin's mouth was already overflowing with blood, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. He just stretched out his finger and pointed at the Dharma idol in the sky. Another cyan light radiated from the cyan one's body, and the entire Dharma idol began to continuously recover from its heavy injuries. The cyan one was still stubbornly ascending into the sky. The Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash had already flown above Lu Ping's head, and it slowly approached the thunderclouds. It continuously absorbed the green lightning raindrops that fell on the green phoenix into the calabash, trying to minimize the impact of the tribulation lightning on the green phoenix Dharma power. Lu Ping looked up into the sky. At this time, the thunderclouds had already dissipated rapidly, leaving only the huge ball of lightning hanging in the sky. However, it seemed to have shrunk by more than half. Jiang Qianlin Laozu suddenly rose into the sky, and his entire body entered the Dharma power. The entire green phoenix Dharma power suddenly shone with green light, and the damage that the lightning raindrops could do to the Dharma power was immediately reduced. Lu Ping was startled. This method was familiar to him. Back then, celestial phenomenon Laozu had fused his body with the Dharma power to resist the lightning tribulation together. This way, the Dharma power would be greatly strengthened. However, the danger was also great. If the cultivator's body was not strong enough, it was very likely that before the Dharma power collapsed, the body would first be unable to withstand the lightning tribulation, and it would become the direct cause of failure. However, Lu Ping naturally did not doubt the strength of Qianlin Laozu's body. As a top cultivator among the second-generation cultivators of Zhenling, even if he did not have any fortuitous encounters, how could Zhenling not provide him with some elixirs to strengthen his body? Sure enough, after becoming one with its physical body, the green phoenix Dharma form stared at the lightning flowing in reverse and went straight to the floating ball of lightning that was only a third of its original size. It first pecked through the ball of lightning, then tore it apart with its claws. Then, without waiting for the green tribulation lightning inside to wreak havoc, it flapped its wings and fanned the green lightning that was striking at the Dharma form. The ninth lightning tribulation disappeared like smoke in thin air. The green phoenix Dharma power was still soaring in the sky. Although the amount of pure yang qi surrounding the Dharma power was not as much as the amount of pure yang qi that Qianlin Laozu had undergone during his second lightning tribulation, it was still a third of the amount. The green phoenix Dharma power opened its mouth and inhaled. The pure yang qi in the surroundings began to gather towards the Dharma power. Lu Ping took this opportunity to pull a strand of pure yang qi over. Although this strand of pure yang qi could not be compared to the strand of pure yang qi that Laozu had encountered during his tribulation, it was still much richer than the strand of pure yang qi that he had obtained from the spirit treasure wood. This time, the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash did not hold back. After being refined by Lu Ping, it first snatched a third of the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash. At this time, the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash had completely condensed the last 13 talisman patterns in the last lightning tribulation. The 36 talisman patterns were linked together to form a complete spirit-nurturing treasure. The Thunder Seven Treasures calabash had completely stepped into the threshold of a spirit-nurturing treasure. As for the remaining two-thirds of pure yang qi, half of it was absorbed by the golden core, while the remaining one-third fell into the 13 spirit-nurturing treasures in Lu Ping's natal array formation. Qianlin Laozu's fleshly body had already descended from the sky. As the green phoenix Dharma power continued to absorb pure yang qi, a silver light fell onto Qianlin Laozu's body. Heavenly flower dew. This was one of the essences of this world. It could be seen as a reward for a cultivator who had successfully passed their tribulation. It could rapidly heal the injuries of the cultivator and also stabilize the cultivator who had just broken through. Lu Ping had already seen many of these treasures during his tribulation with celestial phenomenon Laozu. However, this time, Lu Ping did not rush forward to absorb it. Instead, he waited for Jiang Qianlin Laozu's signal and said, "Hurry up and absorb it. The heavenly flower dew will not be as abundant as it was during the second lightning tribulation. It will dissipate very quickly." Only then did Lu Ping step forward to absorb it. Chapter 887. Although Jiang Qianlin Laozu had already heard from Tianxiong Laozu that Lu Ping was absorbing the heaven flower dew at an extremely fast rate, when he saw Lu Ping's speed with his own eyes, Jiang Qianlin Laozu still felt a sense of urgency. It was as if the two of them were competing for these treasures. The heaven flower dew only flickered for a few minutes before disappearing. Even so, Lu Ping had already sensed that he was very close to the peak of the 9th level of the forging core realm and smelting the 3rd type of heaven and earth spirit item. It was time for him to isolate himself and break through. Lu Ping saw Tianlin Laozu descend from the sky and smiled. Congratulations, Uncle Master, on passing the lightning tribulation and becoming a mid-Dharma adept. I believe the sect is already prepared to celebrate with you. Tianlin Laozu smiled and shook his head. This time, only the first-generation Laozu and your sect leader know that you have passed the lightning tribulation. No one else knows, so you don't have to say anything more. Lu Ping's mind raced. His sect wanted to hide the mid-Dharma adept Tianlin Laozu. Could it be that they were planning something? However, Lu Ping still asked, there should be many people in the North Sea who know that Uncle Master is about to pass the lightning tribulation and become a mid-Dharma adept. After all, when you were at the Yingtian Temple, those who knew that Uncle Master had obtained the Dharma soul were all present. Tianlin Laozu did not explain the reason to Lu Ping. He only said, let's hide it for now. Although Lu Ping did not know what his sect was planning from Tianlin Laozu, the fact that they still wanted to hide it under such circumstances meant that it would not be long before it happened. Furthermore, the huge difference between Tianlin Laozu's early and mid-Dharma adepts was enough to change the situation in the North Sea. The Dharma power above Tianlin Laozu's head had already been withdrawn. After Lu Ping returned Tianlin Laozu's storage instrument, he saw Tianlin Laozu take out a jade bottle and place his right index finger on the mouth of the bottle. Under Lu Ping's shocked gaze, drops of green lightning began to form on his fingertip and fall into the bottle. Lightning tribulation water, Lu Ping exclaimed. Tianlin Laozu threw the jade bottle into Lu Ping's hands and said, I heard that you have been collecting this. These 5 drops of lightning tribulation water were formed by the old man during his tribulation this time. If not for the Dharma power soul and your 7 treasures thunder calabash, even if he managed to survive this tribulation, he would not have been able to condense 5 drops of lightning tribulation water. Take this as a reward from the sect for all these years. Tian Shui Laozu had said this before. Lu Ping looked at Tianlin Laozu strangely, but Tianlin Laozu continued, Uncle Master Tian Xiong seems to have a few drops of lightning tribulation water. You should go take a look. Besides, your master seems to be able to find some of the treasures left behind by our seniors in the sect's treasury. You should go take a look as well. This can be considered as the sect doing its best to help you condense your golden elixir. Lu Ping had just returned to Tianling Mountain and was about to pay a visit to Tianling Laozu in the Hall of Repetitive Beauty when he coincidentally saw Shi Xianling walking towards him. Lu Ping stopped and smiled, Senior Sister Xianling, it's been several decades. Shi Xianling was stunned when she heard that. She turned around and saw that it was Lu Ping. She smiled and said, so it's you. What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you. Lu Ping looked at Shi Xianling in astonishment and said, I heard that Senior Sister has been guarding Universal Island with Uncle Master Tian Kang. It's rare for you to return to Tianling Mountain. Does Uncle Master Tian Kang have any instructions for you? Shi Xianling shook her head and said, this time, I'm just an errand boy. I followed Grandfather back. Just now, Grandfather and Uncle Master Tian Jiang went to see Uncle Master Tian Xiong together. I was sent by Grandfather to give this to you. Shi Xianling took out a jade bottle with a spirit-sealing talisman stuck on it and tossed it to Lu Ping. Lu Ping caught it and could more or less guess what was inside, but he still asked with a smile, if it's something that Uncle Master Tian Kang rewarded, then it must be something extraordinary. Does Senior Sister know what's inside? Shi Xianling shook her head and said, I've asked Grandfather, but he didn't tell me, so it's better if you don't open it in front of me. Lu Ping put the jade bottle away and asked with a smile, why did Uncle Master Tian Kang return to Tianling Mountain this time? Shi Xianling shook her head and said, I don't know. How would I know? It's probably because of what happened outside Universe Island. It's getting more and more chaotic lately. Who knows when the humans and demons will start fighting? Lu Ping recalled how Tianlin Laozu and Lu Ping hurriedly parted ways after returning to Tianling Mountain. They seemed to be heading towards Tian Xiong Laozu's cave. Lu Ping guessed that the great ancestors must be discussing something important, and his teacher wouldn't be in the Hall of Chonghua right now. So, he turned around and walked towards the Hall of Smithing. Just as Lu Ping entered the refining hall, he heard Daoist Shen Fang's voice. Uncle Master Enigma Flame, Senior Brother Shen Lian, what do you think of Brother Yang Shan's stone furnace? Lu Ping turned around and saw Enlightened Master Shen Fang and Enlightened Master Li Yangshan standing before Enlightened Master Li Yanshan's dilapidated cauldron. On the other side of the cauldron, Enlightened Master Enigma Flame and Chen Lian were carefully examining the cauldron. Seeing Lu Ping coming, Daoist Shen Fang and Li Yangshan turned around. Li Yangshan respectfully greeted Lu Ping. Lu Ping quickly stepped aside. Brother Yangshan, what are you doing? You and junior brother Shen Fang are of the same generation. We only need to address each other as brothers. If you continue to be so courteous, we might as well be strangers from now on. Having said that, Lu Ping greeted Daoist Enigma Flame, then asked, Uncle Master, what do you think of this furnace? Sage Enigma Flame shook his head and said, a pity, a high-grade pill furnace. How could it be damaged to such an extent? Judging by the cracks, it is clear that the pill furnace had exploded during the pill concoction process. Not to mention, it has happened more than once. Don't you alchemists prefer to abandon the spiritual herbs, wasting all your previous efforts, rather than allow the pill furnace to suffer any damage? Yang Shan Daoist said awkwardly, when Junior obtained this cauldron, it was already quite shabby. Clearly, it had exploded more than once. 20 years ago, Junior first tried to refine a core forging stage medicinal pill. In order to succeed, Junior had no choice but to forcibly condense the pill. Unexpectedly, it still didn't succeed. In the end, it caused the cauldron to explode. But that was the only time Junior experienced a cauldron explosion. Lu Ping watched Daoist Yang Shan's awkward expression. Daoist Shen Fang didn't know how to explain before a senior like Daoist Enigma Flame, so he said with a smile, it is hard to avoid accidents during the refining process. Sometimes, there is no way to stop it. Sometimes, there is no warning before the furnace explodes. These are unavoidable. Daoist Enigma Flame snorted, then said no more. Yang Shan Enlightened Master looked at Lu Ping with gratitude. Chen Lian looked up from the side and said, it's not that the cauldron can't be repaired, but the price is too high. Hearing that, Daoist Yang Shan's eyes lit up and he hastily said, Grandmaster Shen Lian, do you have any methods? What do we need to repair it? Daoist Enigma Flame believed that the reason for this high-grade furnace's current state was because the alchemist did not cherish it and used it without restraint. Moreover, after obtaining the furnace, Daoist Li Yangshan still tried to forcefully condense the pill in order to improve his alchemy master rank. This resulted in another furnace explosion, leaving the furnace on the brink of destruction. Thus, Daoist Yangshan was not fond of Daoist Li Yangshan's carelessness. Although Lu Ping could understand Daoist Enigma Flame's love for magic artifacts, he also knew that Grandmaster Li Yangshan was a loose cultivator. 20 years ago, before he became an alchemy Grandmaster, Grandmaster Li Yangshan had not been able to gather enough pills for the core forging stage. Now that one furnace was ruined, who knows how long it would take for him to gather more pills. Thus, when the furnace was on the verge of exploding, Daoist Yangshan chose to forcefully condense the pill, hoping to avoid the explosion. Unexpectedly, he failed. Sage Enigma Flame said coldly, it is possible to repair it. However, the price required to repair it would be enough to refine out most of a high-grade pill furnace. If it were me, I would rather just refine out a new high-grade pill furnace. That's right. Lu Ping turned to look at Shen Lian, who was beside him. Shen Lian nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with Daoist Enigma Flame's words. Yang Mountain Daoist's face was filled with disappointment. It could be said that he obtained this high-ranked cauldron by chance. If he wanted to refine another one, even with his status as an alchemy grandmaster, who knew how long it would take for him to accumulate the wealth he needed to do so. Daoist Shen Fang said with some hesitation, Brother Yang Shan, you and I have become close friends these days. There are some things that Brother Yang Shan has already thought through. But I ask Brother Yang Shan to not misunderstand. I have no intention of using this opportunity to blackmail you. Li Yang Shan sighed, Brother Shen Fang, please speak. Daoist Shen Fang said, Brother Yang Shan, have you ever considered joining our sect? Seeing Li Yangshan's shocked expression, Daoist Shen Fang continued, "With Brother Yangshan's alchemy skills, as long as you join our sect, you will at the very least be an outer sect elder. According to our sect's rules, you will have the right to control a high-grade furnace." Chen Lian and Lu Ping exchanged glances, no longer saying anything. Even Sage Enigma Flame, who was beside them, turned to look at Sage Shen Fang. He too fell silent. When he turned to look at Sage Li Yangshan, his expression had softened considerably. In truth, these days, Daoist Shen Fang had deliberately befriended him. Apart from the fact that they appreciated each other's talents, Li Yangshan could more or less guess what Daoist Shen Fang was thinking. Daoist Shen Fang saw Li Yangshan's expression change, as if the bargaining chip wasn't enough. Daoist Shen Fang continued, "Moreover, there is also apprentice niece Pei Yang. As long as Brother Yangshan becomes our sect's outer sect elder, apprentice niece Pei Yang will have the qualifications to become our sect's elite disciple. With apprentice niece Pei Yang talent in alchemy, with our sect's support and Grandmaster Lao Zu's guidance, in the future, even surpassing you and I will not be a problem." Initially, Reverend Shen Fang thought that these words would be the last straw for Reverend Li Yangshan to join Jinling sect. Unexpectedly, when Reverend Li Yangshan heard that Pei Yang could become an official disciple of Jinling sect, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Shen Fang. However, my disciple and I are used to being undisciplined. I'm afraid there will be many inconveniences in the future." These words were a disguised refusal. This left Daoist Shen Fang, who originally thought that the matter was in the bag, shocked. Daoist Enigma Flame and Chen Lian were also surprised. Lu Ping, on the other hand, was stunned. Chapter 888. Li Yangshan's refusal caught Daoist Shen Fang by surprise. Daoist Shen Fang was puzzled. "Brother Yangshan, our sect does not place too many restrictions on the outer sect elders. Apart from a few fixed pill refining missions, Brother Yangshan can use your time as you wish. Moreover, our sect will also open a portion of the pill pavilion's collection for Brother Yangshan. With the support of a high-grade pill furnace, we can even discuss alchemy together." Why would Brother Yangshan refuse such a good thing? Li Yangshan's eyes flashed with yearning, but he still smiled bitterly. "Brother Shen Fang, everyone has their own aspirations. This can't be forced." Lu Ping suddenly interrupted, "Is it because of junior niece Pei Yang? Daoist Shen Fang and the rest looked at Li Yangshan in confusion, only to see his face change. Daoist Shen Fang was baffled. That doesn't make sense. With junior niece Pei Yang talent in alchemy, our sect will definitely nurture her. Without waiting for Li Yangshan to speak, Lu Ping smiled, "Don't worry. What you're worried about was because our sect was weak in the past. We had no choice but to face the combined forces of the North Seas sects. Moreover, if we really wanted to do that, how could we let that person go? Do you think there's anyone left in the North Sea who dares to suppress us?" Although enlightened Master Shen Fang and the others were puzzled by Li Yangshan's words, they could see the struggle that occasionally flashed across enlightened Master Li Yangshan's face. It was clear that Lu Ping really did know something. But in their hearts, they couldn't help but wonder if this little girl Pei Yang was related to the sect, or was she the descendant of a cultivator who had a grudge against the sect? On the other hand, Shen Lian seemed to have guessed what Lu Ping was talking about. He looked at enlightened Master Li Yangshan in surprise. He didn't expect enlightened Master Li Yangshan to accept a girl like Pei Yang as his disciple. Before this, Chen Lian only had the thought of recruiting talents when enlightened Master Li Yangshan joined Jinling sect. But now, his sense of recognition towards enlightened Master Li Yangshan had increased significantly. Lu Ping saw that Li Yangshan was actually not opposed to joining the Jinling. He was even a little happy. However, for his disciple, he was actually willing to give up the opportunity to join the Jinling. Who said that cultivators were selfish and indifferent? Lu Ping thought about it and continued, "Since you care so much about Pei Yang, I'm sure you don't want her to become an independent cultivator and follow your old path. But if you want her to go further, I don't know which sect in the North Sea can provide a better platform for Pei Yang than Jinling. Perfected Li Yangshan rejected Perfected Shen Fang's invitation because of Pei Yang'er, but Lu Ping also wanted Perfected Li Yangshan to join Zhenling because of Pei Yang'er. In the end, Perfected Li Yangshan was moved by Lu Ping's words and said, "Since Perfected Shenping has already made such a promise, if I still refuse, it would seem like I don't know how to appreciate favors. I am willing to become an outer sect elder of your sect, but although Perfected Shenping already knows the identity of my disciple, please continue to keep it a secret." Lu Ping nodded with a smile. Of course. Daoist Shen Fang was the happiest about Yang Shan joining Zhenling's outer sect. He suddenly recalled something and said with a smile, "Brother Yang Shan, now that you've joined our sect, it's like killing two birds with one stone." Daoist Shen Fang's words not only piqued Yang Shan's interest, but also Lu Ping's group. Daoist Shen Fang said with a smile, "Since Brother Yang Shan has become our sect's outer sect elder, then Martial Niece Pei Yang is our sect's official elite disciple. Everyone, don't forget that Martial Niece Pei Yang is also a bona fide Grandmaster alchemist. You two, master and disciple, will be in charge of two of our sect's high-grade alchemy furnaces. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone?" Lu Ping and the others burst into laughter when they heard that. Daoist Enigma Flame suddenly smiled awkwardly. "I'm afraid Martial Niece Pei Yang will have to wait for some time." Daoist Shen Fang was taken aback, then asked, "Martial Uncle, why?" Sage Enigma Flame gave Sage Yang Mountain an awkward smile and said, "In recent years, our sect has gained two high-grade alchemy furnaces. One is a relic left behind by our predecessors while exploring some ruins. As for the other, it took the artifact crafting hall over a year to gather spiritual materials and refine it. But after the Pill Pavilion's examination, Martial Niece Lu's disciple, Tian Ziyue, became an alchemy grandmaster and, as usual, took control of one of the furnaces. As for the remaining one, it will naturally be left to Martial Niece Yang Then I'm afraid Miss Pei Yang will have to wait for some time." Daoist Yang Shan hastily waved his hand. "Martial Uncle Enigma Flame, there is no need for this. A high-grade alchemy furnace is more than enough for disciple and Yang to refine pills. Moreover, although this furnace is beyond repair, it can still be used for a few more years. At the very least, 2 years is enough for Yang to hone her alchemy skills." Daoist Enigma Flame pondered, "In these years, our sect has accumulated a batch of spiritual materials for refining a high-grade alchemy furnace. But the refining hall's focus has not been on refining alchemy furnaces. Moreover, the spiritual materials needed to refine a high-grade alchemy furnace are still lacking. But if Martial Niece Yang is willing to hand over this furnace to the refining hall, we can refine a new batch of spiritual materials. And if we can refine a few of the key ingredients, we can immediately start refining a new pill furnace. But even so, Martial Niece Yang will have to wait 2 to 3 years. After all, refining an alchemy furnace is not easy. It requires meticulous carving." Daoist Yang Shan said, "Martial Uncle Enigma Flame, feel free to take it. Martial Niece can wait 2 to 3 years." Sage Enigma Flame nodded his head and said, "Very well. These days, the artifact refiners in the artifact forging hall will gradually be able to free up their time. They can assist this old man in the preparation work for the pill furnace. Once this old man has broken down this rolling stone furnace, I will see how many useful items are left." Daoist Shen Fang and Daoist Yang Shan were about to bid farewell when they saw a pill furnace appear in Lu Ping's hand. If they weren't Grandmaster alchemists, then they were Grandmaster artificers. With a glance, they could tell this was a genuine high-grade alchemy furnace. Lu Ping tossed the cauldron to Yang Shan enlightened, "Brother Yang Shan, I found this cauldron during my travels in the Middle Lands. Before Martial Uncle Xuanhua can refine a high-grade cauldron, you should give it to Martial Niece Pei Yang Daoist Li Yang Shan hastily declined, "How can this be? How can this be? Master and disciple have joined the Zhenling sect, and we are already satisfied with an intact high-grade alchemy furnace. What's more, Martial Uncle Enigma Flame will finish refining it in 2 to 3 years. This furnace belongs to senior apprentice brother Xian Ping. Yang will never accept it." Lu Ping smiled, "Just give it to Martial Niece Pei Yang first. Once Martial Uncle Enigma Flame finishes refining it, you can return it to me. Martial niece Yang has just become an Grandmaster Alchemist, and her alchemy skills are advancing by leaps and bounds. It's better for her to control a pill furnace herself. Only then can we not delay each other. This pill furnace was obtained by Lu Ping when he killed the Abundant River Sect's Grandmaster Enlightened Cai in the Abundant River mountain range. It had always been in Lu Ping's storage magic artifact, never to be used. Lu Ping originally planned to give this pill furnace as a reward to the first in the Alchemy Pavilion's examination. But when he saw that Tian Ziyue had a chance of getting first and becoming an alchemy grandmaster, he changed his mind. He purposely wanted to annoy the Alchemy Pavilion, wanting to vent his resentment over the past matter. Just as enlightened Yang Shan was about to decline, Chen Lian said with a smile, "Brother Yang Shan, just take it. He has no use for this pill furnace, so why not give it to someone who needs it first? It's not like he can't return it. Moreover, he has always been rich and overbearing. Who knows if he has other pill furnaces besides the NH1 cauldron? Just use it." Lu Ping had a smile on his face, but he was cursing inwardly. This Chen Lian is right. He does have a pill furnace, and it's a peak-grade pill furnace, the Soaring Rainbow Cauldron. It was something he got from Clearstream Laozu's Clearstream Cauldron in the Heartland's Clearstream Cauldron. This was a pill furnace that, after being upgraded, had a chance of condensing the precious cauldron's precious restriction, becoming a magic treasure. After Enlightened Master Shen Fang and Enlightened Yang Shan left, Daoist Enigma Flame knew that Lu Ping came to the refining hall to find Chen Lian. Thus, he took the worn-out stone furnace and left, leaving only Chen Lian and Lu Ping. Lu Ping handed Landslide, Water-Controlling Flag, Psychic Jade Pendant, Netherwater Sword, and several jade slips to Chen Lian. "I might have to go into secluded cultivation for a while. Take a look and see if you can upgrade these items. The jade slips contain several spirit-nurturing restrictions I've collected in the past few years. Take a look and see if you can raise your refining skills to the Grandmaster realm. As for the materials you need, you'll have to figure it out yourself." Oh, Dabao seems to be holding some underground trade fair on Huangli Island. You might as well go and see if you can pick up any leftovers. Chen Lian looked at the 4 treasures. Seeing that Lu Ping was about to leave, he hastily said, "I'm also going into secluded cultivation. I'm afraid I won't have the time." Lu Ping looked at Chen Lian in shock. "So fast? Didn't you say you just entered the 6th stage of core forging not long ago? But don't worry, I'll be in secluded cultivation for a long time. Once you come out, your chances of success will be even higher." Chen Lian was shocked. "Why are you going into seclusion at this time? The situation outside of Universe Island has been tense lately. Aren't you going to join in the fun? Didn't the sect give you a mission?" With his back to Chen Lian, Lu Ping walked out while waving his hand. "I won't participate in this." After leaving the refining hall, Lu Ping pondered for a moment, then headed for the Hall of Overwhelming Beauty. Liu Tianling Laozu seemed to have just returned from Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's cave. Seeing Lu Ping, he said with a smile, "I was just about to find someone to call you. This time, the sect plans to gather a portion of lightning tribulation water for you. I presume you already know?" Chapter 889. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Tian Lin has already mentioned it to Disciple. Just now, Martial Uncle Tian Kang asked Senior Sister Xian Ling to deliver 2 drops of Lightning Tribulation Elixir to Disciple. In addition to the Lightning Tribulation Elixir given to Disciple by Martial Uncle Tian Shui and Martial Uncle Tian Lin, I now have 11 drops." Tianling Laozu nodded and said, "This can be considered as a reward for your contributions to the sect over the years. At the same time, I also hope that a cultivator who has condensed a 9th grade golden core will appear in our sect. Ever since Tai Shan Laozu condensed a 9th grade golden core and successfully transformed it into a true spirit over 6,000 years ago, it has been several thousand years since anyone in our sect was able to condense a 9th grade golden core again. Even your martial uncle Tian Lin was a step behind back then." Lu Ping said solemnly, "Disciple will do his best." Tianling Laozu took out 2 jade bottles with spirit sealing talismans stuck on them and said, "Of these 2 jade bottles, one was given to me by Martial Uncle Tian Xiong just now. It contains the lightning tribulation elixir condensed by Martial Uncle Tian Xiong after crossing 2 lightning tribulations. There are 6 drops in total. The other bottle is from our sect's storage. It was left behind by our sect's senior cultivator, and there are 7 drops in total. In addition to the ones you obtained before, you can make a portion of lightning tribulation elixir. Go prepare well." Lu Ping didn't believe that the sect only had 7 drops of lightning tribulation elixir. It would be too much of a coincidence to make a portion of lightning tribulation elixir. Obviously, Junling still had some left over, but it shouldn't be too much. Lu Ping took the 2 jade bottles and thought for a moment before asking, "Teacher, don't you need disciple to participate in the matters outside of Universal Island?" Laozu waved his hand and said, "I'm afraid that this conflict won't be resolved in a short period of time. If the conflict still hasn't ended after you come out of seclusion, you might as well come and join in." Lu Ping was startled and said, "Isn't it because of the legacy of Tsunghai Laozu? Is that legacy enough for the North Sea cultivators to explore for several years?" Tianling Laozu said, "Previously, the demon clan occupied that place. In the cultivation world of the North Sea, legend has it that Laozu Tsunghai's legacy is located there, but it is only a legend. Looking at the recent actions of the Tsunghai sect, this legacy is most likely true." Tianling Laozu paused and then said, "It seems that the time for the relic to be unearthed has not yet come. The demon clan just wanted to open it in advance after discovering some clues. However, without the thin water-flowing sword left by Tsunghai Laozu, the demon clan could be sure that the relic was in that area, but they could not find its specific location. The Tsunghai sect seems to only have one thin water-flowing sword, but they have not been able to find it all these years. The demon clan's actions have made the Tsunghai sect more and more certain that the long water-flowing sword has already been obtained by the demon clan, so the conflict between the two sides has become more and more intense in recent years. It seems that a full-scale confrontation between the humans and the demon clan in the North Sea is just around the corner." Lu Ping shook his head and said, "This is not a good thing. The calamity of Mara has already broken out everywhere in the cultivation world. Although it has not reached its peak, if it suddenly breaks out during a large-scale conflict between the humans and the demon clan, wouldn't the North Sea cultivation world be in trouble? There will not be a large-scale conflict. After all, it is only for a relic. However, there will inevitably be a fight, and casualties are inevitable. Moreover, from the current situation in the North Sea, as well as the information collected from the East Sea and the Central Plains, the outbreak of the calamity of Mara in the North Sea seems to be a little delayed. This is probably the reason why the humans and demons are still thinking of fighting at this time." Lu Ping had obtained a lot of information from his teacher. After leaving the palace of Zhonghua, he thought that this might really be a good time for him to go to that place to cultivate in seclusion. Taking advantage of the fact that the attention of the humans and demons in the North Sea was now focused on the outside of Huanyu Island, he would first explore that place. It had been more than 100 years since he obtained that mysterious purple jade slip. Now, Lu Ping's strength had finally reached the minimum requirement in the jade slip. He had also gained a deep understanding of the inheritance in the jade slip. Now was the time to explore that place. If he could really enter that place, it would be a seclusion place where he, the only human immortal, would be able to do. With that thought in mind, Lu Ping no longer hesitated. He took out a magic sword and said something, then tossed it into the sky. The magic sword flew towards the Heaven's Spirit Hall. Junling had specially set up a place to transmit magic swords and talismans. This magic sword for Hu Lily would be brought to Di Kuan Island by the cultivators of the Heaven's Spirit Hall, then it would automatically fly towards Huang Li Island. Lu Ping left Heaven's Spirit Mountain and flew in the southwest direction. When he arrived at his destination, he happened to be directly west of Huanyu Island. This was a sea. The color of the seawater clearly indicated the depth of the sea. It could be described as unfathomably deep. There were only a few familiar coral islands in the distance that one could set foot on. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed. Back then, he was still a naive early blood condensation cultivator. When he came here, he didn't notice anything. Now, when Lu Ping looked at this place again, he could clearly sense the abnormality of the surrounding sea. Logically speaking, since there were coral islands around, the sea should not be too deep. In reality, however, there was a huge underwater abyss in the middle of these sparse coral islands. Lu Ping's divine sense spread out. When he sensed that there was no one within a radius of more than 100 miles, there was a flash of light and he dove into the deep sea. The waterproof moon pearl floated above Lu Ping's head. The surrounding seawater was automatically pushed away, forming a shield with a radius of 3 meters. The shield isolated the pressure of the surrounding seawater. Lu Ping quickly dove into the pitch-black bottom of the sea. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping had already dove more than 10,000 meters into the sea. However, his surroundings were still pitch-black, and the bottom of the sea was still unfathomable. The depth of this underwater abyss was far deeper than Sage Lake. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes as he tried his best to look into the depths of the sea below him. At the same time, he tried to use his divine sense to break through the strong water pressure and spread out. However, in the end, the range he could cover was only 1% of what Lu Ping's divine sense could cover. Lu Ping continued to rapidly descend into the sea. A strange current suddenly appeared in the surrounding seawater. Lu Ping's expression did not change. As far as his eyes could see, he saw a huge strange fish suddenly rush out of the dark seawater beneath his feet. It opened its huge mouth that was filled with strange teeth and went against the current under Lu Ping's feet. From afar, it looked as if Lu Ping was about to fall into the strange fish's mouth. Lu Ping's 2 swords suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The 2 swords circled each other and slashed downwards, piercing through the strange fish's body through its mouth, creating a 5-foot-wide hole. Lu Ping did not stop for a moment. He went straight into the fish's mouth and passed through the big hole created by the long sword, continuing to head to the bottom of the sea. At the same time that the strange fish's body was pierced by Yi Ren's autumn water sword, it continued to rush upwards, but its speed was getting slower and slower. Blood spread out, quickly dyeing the surrounding seawater red. As the bloody aura spread through the seawater, countless deep-sea creatures scuttled out of the pitch-black seawater and charged towards the corpse of the strange fish. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. When the chaotic battle ended, everything returned to normal. Even the blood-red color that permeated the seawater had disappeared. At this time, Lu Ping had already dived to a depth of 3,000 feet. Even if the water-repelling moonpearl was said to be able to repel all kinds of water, the originally 10 feet wide barrier had been compressed to a little more than 5 feet wide. As for other core forging cultivators, if they did not have special water-repelling magic treasures, their bodies would not be able to withstand the huge pressure in the depths of the sea. Lu Ping stopped here and no longer dived. His divine sense had already captured that 100 feet below his feet, there was an array formation hidden in the seawater blocking Lu Ping's path. Through the 3 pure eyes, Lu Ping could faintly sense the existence of this array formation. Lu Ping slowly dived down to the front of the array formation. He seemed to be recalling something. Then his hands began to form hand seals. The entire process was like a butterfly flying through flowers. Even if a cultivator used their divine sense, they would not be able to keep up with Lu Ping's hand changes. Lu Ping's hands formed countless hand seals, and when he finally stopped, there were already 6 mysterious runes completely condensed from true essence on his right hand's 5 fingers and the center of his palm. Lu Ping slapped his right palm on the array formation. The bluish-purple true essence slowly spread to the surroundings with his palm as the center. It was 3 feet wide, and it was difficult to advance any further. Seeing this, Lu Ping twisted his right hand. The entire array formation that was covered by the bluish-purple true essence suddenly let out a cracking sound. A 3 feet wide hole appeared on the array formation. The entire array formation seemed to have been activated in an instant. An inexplicable force was transmitted, and the edge of the hole was rapidly shrinking. Lu Ping did not hesitate any longer. His whole body had already passed through the hole and into the array formation. 4,000 years ago, The North Sea had gathered the power of 3 Grand Adepts and close to 20 Dharma Adepts. It took them close to 2 hours to temporarily control this array formation. This allowed the Laozu to enter the array formation. However, Lu Ping had only used the time it took to drink a cup of tea to create a temporary hole in the array formation that only allowed one person to pass through. After passing through the array formation, Lu Ping dived down once again. At a depth of 50,000 feet, the pressure here was difficult for even Dharma Adepts to withstand. The water and moon repellent pearl could only maintain a 3 feet wide array formation around Lu Ping's body at this point. At this time, Lu Ping could already see that on the wall of the abyss, which he still could not see the bottom of, there was a stone platform protruding from the wall. It formed a stone platform that was tens of feet wide. Around this stone platform, there was also a protective array formation that surrounded the entire stone platform. Looking at the glow of the array formation, it was obvious that this array formation was much stronger than the one that Lu Ping had passed through previously. Around this stone platform, especially on the wall of the abyss where the stone platform was, there was a huge array formation that surrounded the entire stone platform. The style of the array formation and the stone platform seemed to be incompatible. It was as if someone had forcibly embedded the array formation into the stone platform. This should be the large array formation that the Laozu of the various sects had set up to guide this stone platform. It was because of the existence of this large array formation that the North Sea cultivators were able to guide this stone platform to the surface of the sea every 500 years, when the large array formation was at its weakest. Then, the 200 early blood condensation disciples selected by the various sects would be transported through the array formation on the stone platform to the deepest part of the abyss, Failing Mountain, which was submerged at the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 890. Lu Ping looked at the array formation that protected the entire stone platform, but he didn't try to break it. Although this array barrier was much tougher than the previous one, it wasn't too difficult for Lu Ping to break it. The difficult part was that the teleportation array on the stone platform was deliberately left behind by Failing Sect. It could only allow early blood condensation cultivators to enter. It was originally a special passage for Failing Sect to cultivate their disciples, but it later became the only passage for the sects to enter Failing Mountain. The formation plate of this teleportation array was set up in a secret place in Failing Mountain. Even though Lu Ping had the purple jade slip, he couldn't make any changes to this teleportation array from outside Failing Mountain. Therefore, Lu Ping couldn't use this stone platform to teleport to Failing Mountain. Lu Ping continued to dive deeper. When he reached a depth of 60,000 feet, 9 layers of protective aura burst out from his body in succession, expanding the water-moon repelling pearl's protective aura that had shrunk to only 1 foot around his body and expanded it back to about 3 feet. At this time, the abyss was getting narrower and narrower. With the 3 pure eyes, Lu Ping could vaguely see the stone walls of the abyss several miles away. As he dived deeper, many arrays and restrictions began to appear. As Lu Ping dived deeper, the arrays and restrictions became denser and denser, making it more difficult to break them. If it weren't for Lu Ping's hundreds of years of preparation, and his mastery of the contents recorded in the purple jade slip, even if Lu Ping's true essence was strong and pure, it would have been exhausted long ago. In such a deep seabed abyss, the consumption of true essence in the body would increase exponentially with the use of each incantation. 4,000 years ago, after Failing Mountain sank to the bottom of the sea, the North Sea sect's Laozu teamed up and went deep into the abyss with a few formation masters. They wanted to find Failing Mountain again, but the countless arrays and restrictions in the abyss exhausted their true essence. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to the sea. In the end, it was only through the calculations of a few formation masters that they set up a traction formation on the stone platform. Every 500 years, when the formation was weakened, the blood condensation realm disciples from each sect would be able to enter Failing Mountain through the stone platform in search of some superficial benefits. With the purple jade slip in hand, Lu Ping already knew how to break these arrays and restrictions like the back of his hand. He also had the support of his true essence, but now he still felt a little tired. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping had already reached a depth of nearly 7,000 feet. Back then, when the North Sea Laozu teamed up to reach this point, only 5 mid-Dharma Laozu and 3 Dharma adepts were left. The rest of the Laozu had used up their true essence in the process of breaking the restrictions and resisting the water pressure. Moreover, this was not the only reason why the Laozu stopped. The more important reason was that these arrays and restrictions were left behind by the Fei Ling sect for thousands of years. After generations of cultivators constantly perfected or added new restrictions, these restrictions intertwined with each other, forming an endless forest of arrays that was connected to the spirit vein of Fei Ling Mountain. In this forest of arrays, unless one could completely cut off the spirit vein of Fei Ling Mountain in one fell swoop, these arrays and restrictions would slowly recover after a period of time, even if they were broken through various methods. This meant that even if the Dharma Power Laozu forcefully broke through these arrays and reached the deepest part of the mountain, if he did not have any true essence left in his body, then unless he could break through to the destination in one go, he would still have to face the arrays and restrictions that had already recovered when he returned. Without enough true essence, even a Dharma adept could only wait for death. Lu Ping swallowed a vitality pill. Although Lu Ping still had more than half of his true essence left in his body, the deeper he went, the more true essence he used. Even though Lu Ping had the purple jade slip, he still had to be careful. At the depth of 80,000 feet, the remaining 5 mid-Dharma adepts stopped here, and the amount of true essence that Lu Ping used was equivalent to the total amount of true essence he had used up in the past 10,000 feet. Fortunately, the vitality pill that Lu Ping refined was made with the spirit peach as a medicinal catalyst, and its quality was extremely high. It was quite effective in restoring the true essence in the body, making up for a part of Lu Ping's true essence loss. At the depth of 90,000 feet, the bottom of the abyss could be seen clearly under the gaze of the 3 pure eyes. Lu Ping could even see Fei Ling Mountain below through the layers of arrays and restrictions at the bottom. In the past, 3 great adepts came here and saw that Fei Ling Mountain was right in front of them. However, because of the layers of protective arrays, they no longer had the energy to break it. In the end, it felt like it was far away. The 3 great adepts, Laozu, failed at the last step and returned with regret. Among the 3 great cultivator ancestors, one of them had expended a lot of energy in breaking the formations and restrictions. On the way back, he was blocked by the formations and restrictions that were gradually recovering. In the end, he had no choice but to use his origin true essence. However, in the end, because his origin true essence was exhausted and his body was damaged, he passed away in the Blue Sea sect not long after he finally escaped from the abyss at the bottom of the sea. After the destruction of the Flying Spirit sect, Xianling sect, Zhenling sect, and Songhai sect benefited the most among the sects in the North Sea. But because the ancestor died so quickly, Songhai sect didn't have time to digest these benefits, and the sect's strength was gradually caught up and surpassed by Xianling sect and Zhenling sect. The other 2 great adepts were also more or less affected by this trip to the abyss at the bottom of the sea. In the next 300 years, the 2 great adepts of Xianling and Zhenling sects also died one after another. The entire cultivation world of North Sea suddenly ushered in a period of no great adepts. This was also the reason why the entire cultivation world of North Sea, which was originally backward, even began to be called barren. In the next 4,000 years, no one in North Sea tried to open Fei Ling Mountain again, and the abyss at the bottom of the sea gradually began to be unknown. Only every 500 years, the late-stage core forging cultivators of various sects would gather to open the traction array and pull the teleportation stone platform to the sea. After Lu Ping reached the bottom of the abyss, he didn't immediately start to crack the island's protective array under his feet. Although the purple jade slip recorded the composition of the island's protective array and the method to crack it, it had been strengthened and condensed by dozens of generations of cultivators in Fei Ling Mountain for tens of thousands of years. Even if Lu Ping was proficient in the restriction inheritance of Fei Ling sect, he wouldn't be able to crack it from the outside without a few months of painstaking work. Lu Ping swallowed another spirit recovery pill, carefully savoring the process of the pill fusing into the blood in his abdomen and refining it into qi, and then walked to the stone wall on the left. Lu Ping fumbled along the stone wall, and occasionally made a gesture to hit on the stone wall. After a flash of light, Layers of arrays and restrictions were revealed. Lu Ping looked disappointed and continued to fumble toward the stone wall behind him, continuing to make gestures to test something. It shouldn't be, it should be here. Lu Ping's voice kept muttering to himself, but he didn't make any gestures. At the same time, Lu Ping casually cast a hand seal on the stone wall that was also protected by the array formation. The array formation that was supposed to expand outwards to disintegrate the array formation's power suddenly sunk inwards and bounced outwards. Lu Ping's hand seal's power to disintegrate the array formation's power was even more thoroughly disintegrated. Lu Ping looked happy. It's here. Lu Ping took out a spirit sealing box from the storage magic tool. After thinking about it, he put the box back, and then his hands made 81 gestures in an instant, hitting the restriction on the stone wall. However, the restriction attached to this stone wall also caved in. Then, the dispelling power of these spells completely collapsed, and then it returned to its original state. The 81 hand gestures in an instant were the fastest speed that Lu Ping could do while ensuring that the power of each hand gesture was as strong as possible. However, the result made Lu Ping depressed. Fortunately, only the restriction breaking spell in the purple jade slip could make a dent. After the dent appeared, the items in the spirit sealing box could be used. Otherwise, Lu Ping didn't believe that the Fa Xiong Laozu, who tried to reopen Failing Mountain, would have fewer items than Lu Ping's spirit sealing box. The secret spell in the purple jade slip was only the key. If he wanted to open the lock, he had to have the strength to open the door. Otherwise, it would be useless. The restriction-breaking talisman in the spirit sealing box was the help for Lu Ping to open the door. Lu Ping took out a 5-color restriction-breaking talisman from the spirit sealing box. After thinking about it, he changed it to a 6-color restriction-breaking talisman. This was not the time to be distressed about these treasures. Lu Ping cast a Fei Ling sect seal-breaking spell with his right hand, and the seal on the stone wall suddenly caved in. But before the seal could bounce back, a 6-colored seal-breaking charm appeared in his left hand and smashed onto the dented seal. 6 colorful lights shone on each other, tearing apart the layers of seals on the stone wall. Lu Ping narrowed his eyes and without hesitation, he took out another 5-colored talisman from the spirit sealing box. He infused his quintessential energy into the talisman and activated it. Then, he slapped it on the 6-colored talisman that was gradually melting away. The layers of restrictions finally cracked, and a crack that only allowed half a body to fit through completely opened up. Behind the crack was a narrow cave. Lu Ping leaned to the side and jumped into the crack without hesitation. The crack behind him immediately returned to its original state. Lu Ping bent his waist and walked all the way into the depths of the cave. After about 800 feet, Lu Ping's eyes lit up. A stone room with a radius of 100 feet appeared in front of Lu Ping. The stone walls were flashing with a strange light. It must be the light of the restrictions on the stone walls. In the center of the stone room, there was a small teleportation array surrounded by a layer of green and white formation. Lu Ping could even see the teleportation array disk in the center of the teleportation array. This was a secret teleportation array of Fei Ling sect. It was one of the escape routes that Fei Ling sect had prepared. Unfortunately, this escape route was only known to the 3 great adepts of Fei Ling sect. Before Fei Ling sect was destroyed, the 3 great adepts had passed the purple jade scroll to Fei Ling sect's 3rd-generation adept, Jiao Yuqiang. It was a pity that Jiao Yuqiang was besieged by several Dharma adepts. Although he managed to escape, he suffered an incurable injury and died in his own cave abode. This purple jade scroll ended up in the hands of Lu Ziping, who was only at the early blood condensation stage at that time. Lu Ping opened his right palm and a 7-colored talisman appeared in his hand. This time, Lu Ping did not even test it. He directly hit the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman on the teleportation array's protective shield. Chapter 891. This time, Lu Ping didn't even bother to probe. He directly slapped a 7-color restriction-breaking talisman on the protective shield of the teleportation array. When he saw the teleportation array, Lu Ping no longer thought about whether it was too wasteful to use a 7-color restriction-breaking talisman. After slapping such a priceless talisman on the protective shield, Lu Ping took out a 5-color restriction-breaking talisman. He was ready to continue to use the restriction-breaking talisman in his hand in case of emergency. Fortunately, in the midst of the rustling sound of snow, the colorful light of the protective shield of the teleportation array was completely annihilated and shattered. Before the protective shield of the teleportation array was restored, Lu Ping hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array. He threw a top-quality spirit stone into the center of the teleportation array and then embedded more than 10 top-quality spirit stones around the teleportation array. Seeing that the protective shield of the teleportation array had not been restored, Lu Ping's feet stomped and the teleportation array was activated. After a dazzling white light flashed, Lu Ping's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. When Lu Ping reappeared, his whole body was submerged in water. Lu Ping was shocked in his heart. How could he still be in the sea? But then he found that there was almost no strong force that could crush a person's body. At the same time, the water was not salty, but fresh water with a trace of sweetness and spiritual energy. Lu Ping opened his eyes and looked around. At this time, he found that Lu Ping was standing in a stone room submerged in water. On one side of the stone room, there was a narrow crack, and the starry light was penetrating through the crack. The rumbling sound of water coming from above gave Lu Ping a sense of déjà vu. Lu Ping moved his mind and the surrounding water suddenly surged. Lu Ping's figure was pushed by the water toward the crack in the stone room. When Lu Ping came out of the crack, he found that he was under a pool of water. Using the wave-treading art, Lu Ping rushed up from the bottom of the pool. After a while, a wave surged on the surface of the pool. Lu Ping stood on the wave and quickly spread his divine sense in all directions. So it was here. Lu Ping looked around at the environment that had changed a lot but was still very familiar. When he looked back, he saw that not far away was the foot of Filing Mountain. A layer of light curtain extended from the foot of the mountain, completely enveloping the entire majestic Filing Mountain. When Lu Ping and the others entered Filing Island all those years ago, they had gathered outside Filing Mountain's mountain guarding formation and waited for the right time to break the light screen of the mountain guarding formation together before entering Filing Mountain. But now, Lu Ping directly entered Filing Mountain's mountain guarding formation. It was just that when Lu Ping followed the meandering stream down from Filing Mountain, he carefully explored the pool under his feet with his divine sense, but he did not find any clues. Now, when Lu Ping penetrated the pool under his feet with his divine sense, he still could not find the crack in the stone room that was submerged by water. Because no one used it for cultivation, the spiritual qi that had accumulated for thousands of years had become extremely rich and pure. Lu Ping greedily breathed in the air that was full of spiritual qi. The blood in his body surged and roared. The spiritual qi that was originally consumed by breaking the restrictions along the way was quickly recovering. Lu Ping followed the route he took when he was still in the blood condensation realm. He walked along the stream, treading on the waves as he searched the surroundings with his divine sense. But before he reached the mountainside, Lu Ping had already discovered 4 or 5 hidden cave dwellings on Filing Mountain. Judging from the protective array formation around the cave dwellings, these cave dwellings must have been built by core forging realm cultivators. However, Lu Ping was not in the mood to excavate these caves at this time. First, these caves might not be of interest to Lu Ping. Second, now only Lu Ping could enter Filing Mountain. At this time, the entire Filing Mountain could be said to belong to him alone. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to excavate the caves. When he reached the mountainside, Lu Ping couldn't help but stop stepping on the waves. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. After thinking for a moment, he found a few techniques to break the restrictions on the purple jade slip. He formed a hand seal and flicked it towards the riverbank. Originally, it looked like an ordinary riverbank. After Lu Ping made a few hand seals, the entire riverbank gradually began to emit a 5-colored light. When the light dissipated, a spirit herb garden about 10 meters long along the riverbank appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping was overjoyed when he saw the spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden. The spirit herbs here were all at least 3,000 years old, and they looked like they had reached a certain age. Not only that, there were no signs of damage in the surroundings at all. Lu Ping had never heard of any blood condensation realm cultivators being able to find 3,000-year-old spirit herbs in Filing Mountain every 500 years. It was obvious that there were 3,000-year-old spirit herbs planted in Filing Mountain. It was just that the protective formation protecting the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs was not something that blood condensation realm minor repairs could discover, let alone open. At the very least, when Lu Ping went upstream along this stream, he didn't discover that there was a spirit herb garden here that was specially used to plant 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. How many 3,000-year-old spirit herb gardens had been planted on Filing Mountain? This was a spirit vein that had once been reduced from a giant spirit vein to a large spirit vein, nourishing these undiscovered spirit herb gardens for 4,000 years. Almost all of the spirit herbs in the gardens had already matured, and they were also reproducing on their own, causing the scale of the spirit herb gardens to expand immeasurably. Just thinking about this made Lu Ping's heart burn. It should be known that it wasn't just Filing Mountain. The entire Filing Island was the only large island in the North Sea at that time. How many 3,000-year-old spirit herb gardens had not been discovered? Although other places did not have the nourishment of large spirit veins like Filing Mountain, 4,000 years was enough for at least one batch of spirit herbs to grow to a sufficient age. The so-called age of a spirit herb was merely referring to the number of years that it would take to grow in an ordinary environment. However, in a place like Filing Mountain, where it was nourished by spiritual energy, the spirit herbs would definitely mature earlier. A 3,000-year-old spirit herb might only need 1,000 years, 800 years, or even less to reach the required age. Lu Ping continued to travel along the stream. When he was less than half a kilometer away, he activated the Three Pure One's true eyes and found another riverbank that was covered with a protective formation. The spiritual herb garden was disguised as a soil slope. When Lu Ping reached the source of the stream, the peak of Filing Mountain, Lu Ping had already broken through 7 to 8 3,000-year-old spirit herb gardens along the way. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ping opened a door to the golden house. The amethyst queen bee, Lu Zilan, flew out shakily. She looked around at the unfamiliar environment and asked, what is this place? There seem to be a lot of spirit herb gardens. Seeing Zilan's reaction, Lu Ping knew that his previous guess was correct. Thus, he said, this is the ruins of an ancient sect. Many of the spirit herbs below 1,000 years of age have been collected by others. However, the spirit herb gardens above 3,000 years of age are rarely discovered. Stay here and let the bee swarm search. Hearing this, Zilan giggled. Her body began to dance in mid-air. A deafening buzzing sound surged out from the golden house. Following her silent communication with the amethyst queen bee, the bee swarm was divided into several groups by Zilan and flew in all directions. Zilan whistled and a puppet horse galloped out of the golden house. Zilan sat on the horse's back and grabbed the reins with one hand. She swung the whip in her other hand and followed the bee swarm to find the spirit herb gardens. Lu Ping hurriedly said, "Don't worry, these 3,000-year-old spirit herbs are not hard to find with your amethyst queen bee's spirit-seeking talent. Moreover, most of the spirit herb garden's protective formations can't withstand the power of a core forging stage cultivator. However, some of the more important spirit herb garden's protective formations are more stable. Take these restriction-breaking talismans. If you come across one, slap one on it. If it still doesn't work, write it down and wait for me to come out of seclusion before breaking it." Lu Ping took out a bunch of restriction-breaking talismans from his storage magic tool. These talismans were all single-colored, double-colored, and triple-colored talismans that Lu Ping had made in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he gave a spirit sealing box to Zilan. Inside the box were 3 4-colored talismans that Lu Ping had made. After making these talismans, Lu Ping didn't have any use for them, so he had accumulated a lot of them. In terms of the power of restriction-breaking talismans, the single-colored and double-colored talismans couldn't compare to Zilan's core forging stage cultivation. The amethyst wasp Dao soldier array that Zilan controlled was definitely not something that a triple-colored talisman could compare to. Even a four-colored talisman might not be able to compare to it. However, the advantage of a restriction-breaking talisman was that when it broke a formation, it wouldn't cause any damage to the things inside the formation. However, it was difficult to guarantee that it would work if an external force was used to break a formation. Every 3,000-year-old spirit herb was considered precious. Lu Ping didn't want to damage the spirit herbs inside the spirit herb garden by breaking the protective formation of the spirit herb garden by force. Hopefully, there were enough spirit herb gardens on Failing Mountain. After 4,000 years of nurturing, the spirit herbs inside would be of sufficient age. This might be a rare opportunity for Zilan, who had already reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. Standing at the top of Failing Mountain, strictly speaking, was the highest point of Failing Mountain that had its peak broken off. During the war that destroyed the Failing sect, the entire top of Failing Mountain had been blown off, causing the giant spirit vein of Failing Mountain to be damaged and drop to the level of a large spirit vein. Most of Failing sect's Dharma adepts' caves, places of inheritance, and treasure vaults were built on the top of the mountain where the spirit energy was the densest. These things were almost completely plundered by the cultivators of the various sects. Lu Ping had opened up a secluded area at the source of the stream. This was also the source of the spirit vein and the place where the spirit energy was the densest in the whole of Failing Mountain. At this time, this spirit vein, which had at least 5 large spirit veins, was being used by Lu Ping alone to smelt the third type of spirit item and advance to the peak of the core forging stay. Chapter 892. Lu Ping patted his chest, and the Linglong wine cauldron rose from Lu Ping's head. Linglong leaned on the edge of the cauldron and poked her head out, shouting, "What a pure aura!" This time, it's Linglong's turn to show off. Finally, I can go all out for once. With the support of such a huge spiritual vein, Linglong will definitely be able to recover to her peak state in 3 years. Lu Ping ignored Linglong's clamor and just threw it towards the source of the stream. The entire wine cauldron began to emit a misty silver light as it rotated. Then, the whole cauldron seemed to have lost control and fell into the stream, sinking at the source of the spiritual vein. A dull roar came from the entire Failing Mountain. Then the mountain suddenly shook. Lu Ping could even see through the light curtain of the mountain guarding formation in the distance that the entire Failing Island seemed to be trembling. However, after this shock, the entire Failing Island no longer shook, but the dull roar continued to come. Although Lu Ping could not perceive the changes in the underground spiritual vein and the earth vein, he could sense that the aura on the top of Failing Mountain seemed to have become orderly all of a sudden. Originally, the source of the stream was the center, and there was aura dissipating in all directions. Now, the entire Failing Mountain began to gradually restrain the aura, only emerging from the source of the stream. Due to the concentration and dissipation of the aura in the spiritual vein, it even formed a straight pillar of aura at the top of Failing Mountain, constantly shaking the light curtain of the mountain guarding formation at the top of the mountain. Waves of ripples spread along the light curtain of the mountain guarding formation, even causing the entire mountain guarding formation to shake. Lu Ping absorbed the purest and heaviest qi from this pillar of aura, using it to refine the qi in his body, improve his cultivation, and polish his own foundation. 3 months later, Lu Ping gradually noticed that the concentration of aura in the entire Failing Mountain seemed to be slowly increasing. It seemed that the spiritual vein in Failing Mountain was constantly condensing and increasing, or slowly recovering. A year later, a faint wine aroma began to drift out from the source of the stream under Lu Ping's feet. Lu Ping raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Linglong once said that when it could use its own aura to make wine, it meant that after 4,000 years of wear and tear, Linglong's wine cauldron had finally completely recovered to the peak state of a tribulation spiritual treasure. When Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door cultivation, there was another strong spiritual vibration coming from Failing Mountain. This was the spiritual vibration caused by a breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Ping pinched his fingers and counted. 3 years had passed. Lu Ping's divine sense swept down from the top of Failing Mountain. After a while, a smile finally appeared on his face. This was the Amethyst Bee Queen, Zilan, using the royal jelly brewed from the spiritual herbs in the 3000 spiritual herb garden to push her cultivation to the third level of the core forging realm in one fell swoop. At this time, the swarm of amethyst bees had expanded to 12,000. Among them, there were hundreds of amethyst bees in the late blood condensation realm, and the total number of amethyst bees in the blood condensation realm had reached 3,000. Fortunately, the amethyst bees could only be used as Tao soldiers. If they relied on pure strength, an amethyst bee in the late blood condensation realm could only slightly defeat an early blood condensation realm human cultivator. Otherwise, Lu Ping's 12,000 amethyst Tao soldiers would be invincible in the world. However, even though the amethyst bee queen was already at the third level of the core forging realm, none of the amethyst bees in the swarm could break through to the core forging realm. Lu Ping had asked Zilan about this, but even the amethyst bee queen didn't know the reason. At this time, Lu Ping's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the core forging realm. However, Lu Ping didn't plan to start refining the lightning tribulation water. After all, although Lu Ping had a lot of favorable conditions, there were still hidden dangers if his cultivation increased too quickly. Whether it was the increase in cultivation from the heavenly flower dew, the fortuitous encounter in the sacred lake, or the entire spirit vein of Fei Ling Mountain, all of them were for Lu Ping's use. However, the more it was under such circumstances, the more Lu Ping didn't dare to be careless. He also didn't dare to be careless about his own cultivation. As such, Lu Ping spent another 5 years tempering the true essence in his body. At the same time, he tempered the medicinal efficacy that had accumulated in his body due to the golden resilience pill, bone forging pill, ashwood clear jade pill, and other spirit pills that could increase the strength of his body. During these 5 years, Lu Ping used a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman to open an opening in the light curtain of the mountain guarding array at the foot of Fei Ling Mountain. At the same time, he used the purple jade slip of Fei Ling sect to close the opening. Initially, Lu Ping wanted to completely stop the defensive array formation on Fei Ling Mountain. Unfortunately, even after months of searching, he still couldn't find the array formation hub used by Fei Ling sect to control the entire defensive array formation. In the end, he had no choice but to use a 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman to open up a small opening. Through this opening, the amethyst bees were no longer limited to Fei Ling Mountain. They were busy all over Fei Ling Island. Although there weren't many 3,000-year-old spirit herb gardens outside Fei Ling Mountain, there were many other spirit herb gardens. Although these things weren't very helpful for Zilan to improve her cultivation, they were enough to make amethyst honey and amethyst royal jelly. Therefore, when Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door training 5 years later, there were 10 jade crystal bottles and 5 jade essence bottles in front of Lu Ping. The jade crystal bottles were filled with amethyst honey, and the jade essence bottles were naturally filled with amethyst royal jelly from the core forging stage amethyst queen bee. A giant yellow-skinned tiger squatted not far from Lu Ping. This time, the reason why Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door training was because the giant yellow-skinned tiger's aura was fluctuating. However, the pure spiritual energy in the surroundings was continuously gathering towards the giant tiger's body. In just 8 years, under Lu Ping's guidance, Lu Xiaohai, who was originally only at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, had grown into a giant yellow-skinned tiger that was 3 meters long and 5 feet tall. Lu Xiaohai's cultivation had also soared to the peak of the blood condensation realm. He was only 1 step away from the core forging stage and becoming a shape-shifting beast cultivator. Judging from Lu Xiaohai's appearance, this giant tiger was clearly at the critical moment of a breakthrough. Therefore, Lu Ping woke up from his closed-door training and specially protected it. The giant yellow-skinned tiger's aura fluctuated strangely for more than a month. Suddenly, the giant tiger that was lying not far from Lu Ping's side suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. A pair of bell-sized eyes suddenly opened, and its body that was lying on the ground suddenly stood up like a human. It was only then that Lu Ping realized that the giant tiger that had grown 10 feet long and 5 feet tall had somehow grown another 3 feet in length and 6 feet in height. The giant tiger looked extraordinarily majestic. Just as the giant tiger stood up, it opened its mouth and roared. A violent tiger roar came crashing down from the top of Mount Fei Ling, along with a fierce aura. Within a radius of several thousand feet from the top of Mount Fei Ling, countless spirit grasses and giant trees were all toppled over by this tiger roar. In the past, when Taoist who preached to the world, every time he held a lecture, a tiger roar could almost shake the heaven and earth. Whether it was human or demon cultivators, after hearing this tiger roar, people from all over the world would gather in the Taoist field where Taoist who held his lecture. Later, Taoist who passed down the bloodline Taoist orthodoxy, and this tiger roar in the forest was one of the bloodline inherited divine sense of the Dang-eyed White-Forehead clan. Just as Lu Xiaohai roared, Lu Ping's divine thoughts had also observed that in the core space of his heart, a huge internal alchemy was slowly condensing. Because of the pure spiritual energy absorbed in the past 8 years, Lu Xiaohai's internal alchemy did not have time to refine the impurities contained in it due to the rapid improvement of his cultivation. The entire internal alchemy looked extremely pure, which showed that the foundation was also extremely solid. Although Lu Xiaohai's tiger roar in this lifetime was far from the level of a great divine ability, and was even far from the level of a minor divine ability, this tiger roar had planted the seed of a direct divine ability for Lu Xiaohai. Just after Lu Xiaohai's tiger roar, the huge tiger head began to gradually change. The fur on the surface continued to disappear, and the huge head began to shrink. Gradually, the face of a chubby toddler began to gradually outline. Lu Xiaohai's entire huge body began to gradually shrink until it completely turned into a human form. What Lu Xiaohai showed in front of people was just the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old fat child. Xiaohai greets master. Lu Xiaohai, with a trace of a child's voice, no longer had the spirit of looking down on the world just now. Lu Ping nodded with a smile and praised, "Not bad, very much like Taoist whose roar," and the world was awed. As he spoke, Lu Ping rummaged through his storage device, and then only heard a clanging sound. Then, a pair of copper hammers was thrown out by Lu Ping. When Lu Xiaohai saw the pair of copper hammers, his eyes suddenly lit up. After all, he was still a child, and he did not hide the hope in his eyes for the pair of copper hammers. Lu Ping said, "What are you waiting for? This is specially for you." "Really for me?" Lu Xiaohai picked up the pair of copper hammers on the ground. Although it was a little difficult, he could barely swing them. Lu Xiaohai's excitement was beyond words. "Thank you, master, for the reward. Xiaohai is going to play with Sister Peach Blossom." Lu Xiaohai naturally wanted to show off to others after getting a novel thing. This pair of copper hammers was obtained by Lu Ping when he killed a demon cultivator in the Fallen Secret Land. It was a pair of top psychic magic weapons that had condensed the 6 treasures restriction. In the future, it could even be upgraded to a spirit-nurturing magic weapon. After obtaining this pair of copper hammers, Lu Ping had kept it until Lu Xiaohai reached the core forging stage. Lu Xiaohai's cultivation method was of the metal attribute, so he was the best person to wield this pair of copper hammers. Even though Lu Xiaohai's current strength was still unable to completely bring out the might of this pair of top spirit-linked magic treasures, the more it was like this, the more it was able to motivate Lu Xiaohai to place even more of his thoughts on cultivation. After 8 years, Lu Ping had finally polished his cultivation to the ideal level. At this time, Lu Ping could finally refine the Thunder Tribulation Water without any worries and advance to the peak of the core forging stage. Chapter 893. There was a flash of light in Lu Ping's palm, and a shining golden core appeared in Lu Ping's hand. This was a golden core that had already reached the 9th grade. It could be said to be a perfect existence in the cultivation world. It was the foundation that would allow one to become a great cultivator in the future, and there was hope of becoming a pure young patriarch or even a true spirit cultivator. However, the pure flood dragon bloodline contained in this golden core, which Lu Ping obtained from the Tenma people Ma Chensi, was a huge temptation to Lu Ping's own bloodline. This temptation was very familiar to Lu Ping. Every time Lu Ping smelted a spirit item and made a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ping's bloodline would be in a state of extreme thirst for similar bloodlines. This was the uniqueness of Lu Ping's bloodline. Normally, Cultivators only needed to smelt 3 types of bloodlines in the blood condensation realm to strengthen their own bloodline. Then, their cultivation would soar. But Lu Ping was different. He had already fused 5 types of bloodlines, but after reaching the peak of the 9th grade core forging realm, Lu Ping's cultivation showed no signs of breaking through, no matter how hard he tried. When Lu Ping took out the 9th grade golden core of the Tenma people that contained the Flood Dragon bloodline, not only did his bloodline throb, but the bottleneck of his cultivation also completely loosened. The golden core was placed in his palm, and blue true essence surged from his palm, completely wrapping the golden core into a ball of true essence. Traces of bloodline power in the golden core were completely stripped away by Lu Ping's true essence. Then, it was brought into his bloodline and completely refined by Lu Ping's bloodline. The ball of true essence in Lu Ping's palm was shrinking bit by bit. When the entire golden core completely melted into Lu Ping's true essence, Lu Ping's divine sense quickly entered the core space. At this moment, above the golden core in the core space, the 9 huge strange dragons were completely coiled together, as if they were about to welcome some sort of change. At this moment, the power of the bloodline essence brought by the Zhen Yuan was absorbed by the golden Dan. The tails and bodies of the 9 strange flood dragons intertwined with each other. Behind the 9 strange flood dragons' necks, a lush horse mane grew at an extremely fast speed, making the 9 strange flood dragons look even more monstrous. At this moment, the bottleneck of the 9th layer core forging realm was broken. In the cultivation world, the tribulation thunder water was known to be the most difficult to smelt among all the heaven and earth spiritual object. The lightning tribulation water did not contain lightning tribulation chi, but it did contain a trace of lightning tribulation power. Therefore, the 7 Fan Laozu of the Tianxian sect wanted to use the lightning tribulation water to wash his 7 treasured fans. This was to familiarize the fans with the power of lightning tribulation. When the fans really faced the second lightning tribulation, they would be able to successfully survive it and upgrade the 7 treasured fans to second tribulation spiritual treasures. However, the power of the lightning tribulation that spiritual treasures faced during the tribulation was far less than that faced by Dharma adepts. Therefore, the lightning tribulation water was of little help to a cultivator in overcoming the tribulation, but it was much more important for a spiritual treasure. This was also why the 7 treasures thunder gourd had done everything possible to swallow the lightning tribulation water into the gourd when Lu Ping obtained it. The lightning tribulation water did not contain pure yang qi, but it did contain a trace of pure yang qi. When a cultivator refined the lightning tribulation water, they were also familiarizing themselves with the pure yang qi in the lightning tribulation water. This way, after the cultivator successfully passed the tribulation, they would be more familiar with the pure yang qi and be able to refine more pure yang qi into their Dharma adepts. The more pure yang qi the Dharma adepts refined, the more tenacious the foundation and life force of the Dharma adepts were, and the higher the possibility of passing the next lightning tribulation in the future. Lu Ping held the 7 treasures thunder gourd in his hand and shook it vigorously, barely managing to hold a drop of the lightning tribulation water in the palm of his hand. The numbing power of the lightning tribulation directly passed from his palm to the core space. Lu Ping threw the 7 treasures thunder gourd on the ground and laughed. "You still don't want to part with it? This lightning tribulation water belongs to me, your master, and you dare to borrow it without returning it." Lu Ping's palm was suffused with a bluish-purple Zhenyuan, and wave after wave of this Zhenyuan attacked the blue drop of Zhenyuan in his palm. But this drop of lightning tribulation water also seemed to be aware of the crisis, and lightning suddenly burst out, and before the bluish-purple Zhenyuan could wrap it up, a bluish-purple Zhenyuan barrier instantly wrapped Lu Ping's entire palm in a flash of lightning. For a moment, Lu Ping could even feel his entire arm convulsing under the lightning. In the core space, the huge golden Dan began to slowly rotate, and 9 strange flood dragons appeared one after another on the surface of the golden Dan. Each time a strange flood dragon appeared, it would issue a silent cry towards the direction of Lu Ping's arm. A wave of purple Dan Qi surged up in the middle of the core space, and the Zhen Yuan in Lu Ping's blood was like a wave, and each wave was higher than the previous one as it rushed towards the palm of his hand. The bluish-purple light shined brightly, but at this time, the lightning tribulation water seemed to be lacking in strength. Finally, the flames of the lightning tribulation water were completely suppressed by the purple Zhen Yuan. Even so, if Lu Ping wanted to thoroughly refine the lightning tribulation water, it would still be extremely difficult. According to Lu Ping's estimates, if he wanted to use his own Zhen Yuan to assimilate this drop of lightning tribulation water, it would take at least 3 months, and if he wanted to completely refine it, it would still take another 3 months. Thoroughly refining a drop of lightning tribulation water would take half a year. Afterwards, as Lu Ping refined more and more of the lightning tribulation water, the time needed would become shorter and shorter. But even so, it would take at least 10 years or even 20 years of painstaking effort to complete this process. However, at this moment, a mysterious power hidden within the Zhen Yuan suddenly burst forth. The light of the lightning tribulation water that was still tenaciously resisting the corrosion of Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan suddenly dimmed. Lu Ping immediately felt that the resistance of the lightning tribulation water in his palm began to drop, and the speed at which the Zhen Yuan corroded it began to accelerate. At this time, Lu Ping realized that this was because he had completely refined the pure yang energy and fused it into his bloodline. Although the pure yang energy in Lu Ping's bloodline was extremely thin, the main carrier of the pure yang energy was the tribulation thunder. After the tribulation thunder was weakened, the lightning tribulation water would naturally be tamed much more easily in front of the pure yang energy. With the help of the weak pure yang energy contained in his bloodline, the time that Lu Ping needed to refine the lightning tribulation water was greatly reduced. In just 3 months, the first drop of lightning tribulation water was completely refined into his Zhen Yuan. After the refined drop of lightning tribulation water was fused into his Zhen Yuan, Lu Ping could clearly perceive that there was a trace of extremely violent spirituality in his bloodline. And after this spirituality finally fused into his golden core, in Lu Ping's divine sense, the 9 strange flood dragons suddenly jumped in his golden core, and the golden core also followed suit. Then, the entire core space shook, and for a moment, Lu Ping felt as if his entire heart was about to jump out of his chest. Immediately after this trace of spirituality fused into the Dan Xia purple mist, the combined and condensed 100 rivers into the Sea Talisman and Mulberry Sea Mulberry Field Talisman seemed to suddenly come to life. A sound of a sword and the sound of a surging tide surged out from Lu Ping's divine sense. It seemed as if the whole world was about to change. And with this trace of spirituality fusing into the natal Zhenchen formation, the flashing spirit of the grade 9 white jade lotus seemed to be even more dazzling, and the 5-colored light of the Zhenchen bead became even more dazzling, almost covering the body of the Zhenchen bead. After refining the first drop of lightning tribulation water, the second drop of lightning tribulation water was a little easier to refine. Compared to refining the first drop of lightning tribulation water, the refining time was shortened by 3 days. After refining a drop of lightning tribulation water, the time used by Lu Ping would be shortened by 1 to 3 days. When Lu Ping finished refining the first drop of lightning tribulation water, the time used by Lu Ping to refine a drop of lightning tribulation water had already been shortened by 1 month, and the whole time had already passed by 4 years. However, when Lu Ping set out to refine the second drop of lightning tribulation water, the time used was shortened again. This time, it was about 30 days for each drop of lightning tribulation water, all the way to the last drop of lightning tribulation water, and finally, it only took 6 to 7 days, and finally, it only took 1 year. However, at this time, Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan demand for lightning tribulation water was far from satiated. When it came to refining the third drop of lightning tribulation water, Lu Ping actually only needed 1 day to refine a drop of lightning tribulation water. After a full 24 days, the third drop of lightning tribulation water had already been thoroughly refined into his blood vessels. And after refining the third drop of lightning tribulation water, a great power surged in Lu Ping's blood vessels. Lu Ping's divine sense was closely watching the great changes that were taking place in his core space. When Lu Ping advanced to the 9th layer of core forging, the 9th strange flood dragon that formed in his golden core suddenly turned around and slammed into the body of the first strange flood dragon that formed when Lu Ping advanced to the 9th layer of core forging. A huge roar resounded in Lu Ping's divine sense, and Lu Ping's head involuntarily tilted back. When Lu Ping's divine sense returned to his core space, he was shocked to find that one of the strange flood dragons had disappeared from his golden core. Lu Ping hurriedly checked his own cultivation and found that he was still at the 9th layer of core forging. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the 8th strange flood dragon that was condensed when Lu Ping advanced to the 8th layer of core forging also slammed into another strange flood dragon. This time, Lu Ping was prepared. Although the roar in his divine sense was still unceasing, causing Lu Ping to feel dizzy, Lu Ping finally saw that after the 8th strange flood dragon collided with the body of the 1st strange flood dragon, it was extremely miraculously integrated into the body of the 1st strange flood dragon. At this time, Lu Ping discovered that the body of this strange flood dragon was actually much larger than the other strange flood dragons. Obviously, this was because it had integrated with the 9th and 8th strange flood dragons. This strange flood dragon was obviously the first strange flood dragon that appeared in Lu Ping's golden core when he had just advanced to the core forging stage. Immediately after, the 7th strange flood dragon, the 6th strange flood dragon, until the 2nd strange flood dragon collided with the 1st strange flood dragon and integrated with it. When the last strange flood dragon collided with the golden core, a strange flood dragon that was far larger than the previous one appeared in the middle of the golden core. It was even more majestic and powerful than before. It shook its head and wagged its tail, looking very lively. Lu Ping's golden core finally emitted a dazzling light. 9 mysterious golden runes appeared in a row and crawled all over the surface of the golden core. The golden core had reached the peak of the core forging stage. Lu Ping was finally only one step away from becoming a Dharma adept. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.